Good morning, everybody. It is 9:30, so we'd love to begin today's forum. I see everybody doesn't look so happy. I'm going to try again with a good morning, everybody. I know it's Saturday morning and we're a little bit tired. Normally on Saturdays we wouldn't be out here, but this is a very important forum and we're very, very happy and pleased to see that you're all here joining us this morning. So I'd love to begin with the protocol. I'd like to welcome Her Honor Mrs. Hailita Leiber, Deputy Governor General, Honorable Spencer Brand, Minister of Communications, Public Work and Labor, Honorable Hazel Brandy Williams, Minister of Gender Affairs and Health, Honorable Cleone Simmons Stapleton, Member of the Nevis Island Administration, Senator Dr. Bernicia Nisbet, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Senator Joyelle Clark, Member of the National Assembly, Pastor Tricia Daniel, Dr. Sharon Gopal Nicol, guest presenter, Dr. Rawlinson Isaac, guest presenter, and Mrs. Telka Daniel Wallace, Chair of CWIL, St. Kitts and Nevis, and of course, all of you, welcome. Now, it's hard for me because I don't want to accept that I'm a little older, so my glasses can either let me see the paper or see the people, so I'm going to have to choose to see the people. So I wanted to welcome you this morning to this forum, which is entitled The Journey to Political Empowerment of Women in St. Kitts and Nevis, a collaboration between the Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs and CWIL, the Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership. I'm your forum host, chair today, Naima Hazel. I'm the vice chair of CWIL. And as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day under the theme Choose to Challenge, we welcome all of you here today. Now, I could spend this first quick session before the opening ceremony talking about what CWIL is and the importance of what CWIL is and the importance of achievable sustainable development goals, such as number 17, concerning multi-agency partnerships, which we're having today. But there is an idea sometimes afloat, what I wanted to mention, of women's organizations not being able to work together. So rather than speak about CWIL, I would like today to speak for itself. People believe that inevitably we'll bicker and quarrel and divide ourselves into rival cliques and interests. Really, it's not entirely baseless. While we complain of the subjugation of men, we also sometimes subjugate each other. Think of the ways that we may use our power to keep down rather than try to elevate another woman. We've all been guilty of gossip of a colleague or a frenemy or even a political ally. But just because we're not always at our best doesn't mean that we cannot get better. CWIL has been that example for many women, and, well, for some of the men in this room will be. Many of you have come here 3/4 supportive, 1/4 curious as to how we actually get this done. But we welcome you to come. We invite everybody to come and listen, learn, choose to challenge if you like, but more important, it's not what we do, but how we do it. That we do it together with each other, not against. For all of us, our individual, family, community, and our federation's best interests with grace, truth, and respect. I'd like to welcome Ms. Joy Napier to introduce our chair of the opening ceremony as we continue today's program. Good morning.
Allow me to adopt the protocol that our forum chair has so ably established and simply say to each and every one of you here and listening via the World Wide Web, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome to this very, very important forum, Women in Leadership Forum 2021, under the theme, The Political Empowerment of Women in St. Kitts and Nevis. This forum will truly show the power of collaboration as we work to harness the power of women. I'd like to invite you all to all rise as I call forward an extraordinary woman, mother, mentor, and colleague, Pastor Tricia Daniel. Please rise for the invocation.
Good morning to everyone. Our Father and our God, we give you thanks. We give you praise, God, we give you glory. Father, we are thankful for another day that you've allowed us to rise another day that you've allowed us to come together. Father, we pray over today's session. We pray that the presenters, as they would have prepared, would share, and that our hearts would be in a position to receive. Father, we pray for healthy discussion, and we pray, oh God, at the end of this session, that there will be key takeaways, key action points, and it would not just be another talk session. Father, from the very beginning, women were in leadership. And so, God, even as we work together with the men in our community to build a better society, Father, we pray that today would be another equipping session and that you will get the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much for that invocation. Please allow me to also, in adopting the protocol, recognize the presence via the World Wide Web of Lady Avril Anand Trotman Joseph, current president of Caribbean Women in Leadership, CWIL. As we host this forum, it is so important to stress collaboration and partnership. And so much of that partnership has to do with the partnership with men, the allies, the champions, the voices for women's empowerment. It is really my honor and pleasure to call forward to deliver a poem, a remarkable young man whose voice has always spoken up for women's rights. Please welcome Leandre Dyer to the fore to deliver his poem.
Morning to everyone. All right, so this poem is entitled Woman. So I met this girl, right? And she's so fine. So fine you won't find any like her. I'm telling you, she's Nevisian, Kittitian, Caribbean, American, European, Asian, African. She's so fine you won't find any like her. Man, I'm telling you. She comes in all sizes, thick, thin, small, big, that the world can't hold her. She's so fine, you won't find any like her. She's so skilled, she kills it in the kitchen or in any field. But she's not confined to a field. Why? Because her mind gives her the freedom to be anything, anyone, anytime. She's so fine, you won't find any like her. She's more than what meets the eye, but a beautiful soul birthed from the Spirit of God. Beneath her here is a mind that thinks ahead. Behind her lips is a smile that lifts your face. Beyond her hips is a body built for the battle. She's so fine, you won't find any like her. Man, I'm telling you. She's so fine that I couldn't find her. I was blinded by my immaturity. My immature masculinity kicked in at age 12 when I slapped her in the face. Years later, life hit me. Now I'm a man who understands his role to lead, teach, protect, and provide. I am a man. And from me formed the same girl I slapped, and God called her Rib. But you know, ribs do slap when you put a little sauce on top. But she's a rib, because she got the sauce like that. She's a rib, always on our side, who guys shouldn't push aside, for without her, the world won't stand. Who can it lean on without her? For she possesses what the world needs, her mind and her mouth. For with her mind, she's an influencer. With her mouth, she's an activator. With her hands, she's a receiver. Give her anything, she will make something out of nothing. Give her a house, she'll make a home. Give her a ring, she'll make a wife. Give her a crown, she'll make a queen. Give her a sperm, she'll make a life. Give her life, and she'll make a woman. So fine, you won't find any like a woman.
Well, let's give it up for our young champion there, Mr. Dyer, with that excellent poem. Truly empowering. The landscape across the past 100 years for women has dramatically changed. No longer is just the household the purvey of women. Women are rising across the world into positions of leadership. Right here in the Caribbean, we have Caribbean women rising. We have Caribbean women taking up positions that historically have been the purvey of men. It is really an honor and a pleasure to read the biography of one such distinguished Caribbean woman. Toni Ann Broadber is the representative of the UN Women Multi-Country Office Caribbean. Prior to her appointment in August 2020, Ms. Broadber served as Deputy Representative 2015 to 2020 with the MCO Caribbean. Before this, Ms. Broadber was the team leader for the Advancing Gender Justice in the Pacific program with UN Women Fiji Multi-Country Office. Ms. Broadber served as the gender specialist for the United Nations Development Program in South Africa, as well as briefly with the UN Women South Africa Multi-Country Office. And very historically, she established what is now the UN Women Country Office in Haiti. Ms. Broadber's work experience also includes lecturing in international relations and development studies at Yanshan University in China, and directing and co-producing a film on Haiti. Ms. Broadber received her first degree from the University of West Indies Mona campus, and her postgraduate degrees in development studies and business administration from the London School of Economics and ESADE Business School in Barcelona. Ms. Broadber is raising 2 sons with her husband. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we do welcome remarks from Ms. Toni Broadber from UN Women. Please also turn your attention to the screen here.
This incredibly important event. In fact, this event is a bit of a full circle for me and my engagement with St. Kitts and Nevis, because when I first joined UN Women in 2009, one of the projects that was quite dear to me was the project to promote women's political participation through transformational leadership. This project was funded by the United Nations Democracy Fund and was done in collaboration with the Institute of Gender and Development Studies based in Jamaica, the Mona unit, and the Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership to promote transformational leadership by strengthening the pipeline of women leaders in Caribbean countries that had low to no levels of women in political participation. This was the first time that I had an opportunity to meet the many women of St. Kitts and Nevis who wanted to serve their country, including Minister Hazel Brandy Williams. Women's political participation is not just an issue that we promote because we think it will be nice. It is good for business. It is good for countries, it is good for communities, and it is good for the world. It is also a human right. Every individual, regardless of sex, race, ethnicity, should have the opportunity to serve their country and to give their potential to the sustainable development of their space. Women's political participation is something that apparently across the Caribbean, perceptions of persons know this is something that will be good for us. At least 67% of Caribbean people in a CADRIS supported UN Women survey in 2016 indicated that yes, women should be engaged in politics. It's important then that we support an enabling environment for women. Events such as this, where women are building up other women, serving as mentors, giving the support that is needed to promote women, understanding that they too have what is within them to serve. Unfortunately, too many of us know that we have the capacity, but we don't necessarily have the time, and we don't necessarily believe that we can serve in the way that we've seen others. And that is why not only will we continue to work with Parl Americas, as well as Caribbean Women in Leadership, which is the name that the Caribbean Institute of Women in Leadership has transitioned to. We want to ensure that we work as much as possible as well with individual women to ensure that you understand you have what it takes, and to create the environment where you know that your children will be supported, your families will be supported, your spouses will be supported, and to ensure that you have the resources that are needed. And this is work that happens through campaign financing laws and policies and legislation to make sure that you have all of the things that are in place that have been barriers to women's entries in the past, so that you can understand the only barrier left is an individual one, and that too you can overcome through events such as this. Have a wonderful event today. Women's political participation is critical to our ability to build back better, and in fact, to build back equal from COVID-19. Research has already demonstrated that countries with women in leadership have more significantly positive outcomes in addressing COVID-19 policies. This is not to say that men are not fantastic leaders. We always will continue to work as well with men to ensure transformational leadership and gender responsive leadership is not only the domain of women parliamentarians, but also that of men. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful event today, and we look forward to continuing to support and working in collaboration with each and every one of you.
Very heartfelt thanks to Ms. Broadburn from joining us via the web and from UN Women. Now, one of the key partners behind this forum is CWIL, the Caribbean Women in Leadership. CWIL is a non-political, cross-partisan, and independent NGO, and it was established to monitor, strengthen, and increase women's political participation and leadership in the region through advocacy, through networking, through research, and through capacity-building initiatives. With my apologies for missing out this key person on our agenda, I would like to call to deliver official and real welcoming remarks to really open this forum, Ms. Telka Wallace, who is the chair of CWIL, St. Kitts and Nevis chapter. Please, let's give her a hand.
Good morning to everyone. I adopt the protocol, but I want to make special welcome to Lady Anandi Trotman, our president, our regional president, who is listening online. It gives me great pleasure to welcome everyone here this morning. It is indeed rare that you see women of all political persuasions across our landscape converging together to dialogue and to develop platforms to develop our women to reach the capacity that they can. We want to ask everyone, we want to also welcome our men. I think our men deserve a round of applause for being here on a Saturday morning. They could have been at the bar, or I know some of you go to the bar early, or they could have gone fishing or to the beach or anywhere else. But we are in St. Kitts and Nevis, we are developing love for each other. We are women support men, and men support women as well. And so as we go throughout today, we want to solidify this relationship of the support of our men and expand on what we have here. I want to ask all of us to pay special attention to the topics that were chosen for this forum, because moving forward, we have a number of our women who are aspiring to be political candidates, and CWIL St. Kitts and Nevis is here to support you. It doesn't matter which political party you support, we are here for you. We are non-political, but we work across all political boundaries. And so we welcome you, and we welcome all of your ideas. We have some experts in the field of politics and in development of women, and we want to use them as much as possible to help to develop our cadre of female that are aspiring to reach the highest level of decision making. So I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. Welcome to all of us here this morning, and we hope that at the end, you know, sometimes in life, there is a moment or an event that stands out for you, and we want this to be one of your special moments that stand out. This month, we have also set aside, as part of our initiative, to highlight the work of Honorable Minister Brandy Williams. Minister Brandy Williams have traditionally organized these types of forums. And for that reason, I think you got a little rest this time around, so, because Cyril St. Kitts and Nevis took up the mantle to organize this forum. I want to thank the civil team that have been working assiduously hard to make this a reality, and the comfort and the information shared and everything is a testament to the work of the civil executive and membership. We want to thank them as well. Without any further ado, I say welcome, warm welcome, and enjoy every moment of today. Thank you.
Thank you once again so much, Ms. Wallace, for welcoming us, truly welcoming us, welcoming all of us, despite our political affiliations or our backgrounds, welcoming us to come together here today in this room to work together on issues that really matter. The Caribbean Women in Leadership, CWIL, was conceptualized in 1998, and it was began by a collective of women. And as Ms. Wallace would have said, they were concerned about the continued marginalization of women from positions of leadership and power. And they understood that women must be fully involved in decision-making processes that impact their lives. That women must play a role in the critique and understanding and the practice of leadership in the Caribbean in order to achieve more just, violence-free, and equitable nations. It is my pleasure now to read the biography of one such Caribbean woman who has just done so. Lady Avril Anand Trotman Joseph is the current president of the Caribbean Women in Leadership, CWIL. She is also a practicing attorney at law. She's a founding partner of the law firm of Chapman and Trotman and the managing partner of the law firm of Joseph and Joseph. She's a former Solicitor General of Grenada and is the immediate past president of the Grenada Bar Association. Lady Trotman Joseph is the current chairperson of Grenada's Integrity Commission and is a past chairperson of the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Associations and anti-corruption bodies, and continues to serve on its executive. Please join with me as we welcome Lady Trotman Joseph to our shores and to our forum via the World Wide Web.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It really is my pleasure to join you all this morning to bring you greetings. And as I sit here in very sunny St. George's, Grenada, it really is a wonderful feeling to represent a regional board of the Caribbean Women in Leadership with its secretariat in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. And immediately you get the sense of the connectivity of our work and of us being Caribbean citizens. It really is my pleasure to congratulate the head of Civil St. Kitts and Nevis, our sister Telka, and your executive. And I see a very packed room on this Saturday morning when all of us could have been doing other things, but I think we understand the importance of the work of meeting and intersecting at a space of respect, non-discrimination, and with a shared agenda of gender equality and gender equity. I want to begin my brief words with you this morning by sharing a quotation from a presentation which I heard only last evening from a presenter in the Bahamas, where Civil Bahamas is having a similar forum, but theirs has been over 2 weeks of training and development of Bahamian women who are interested in leadership. And a sister there said, because those sisters like yours are interested in getting into the political spaces to have their voices heard. And she said, a political landscape without women is uncultivated bush. And I want us to really think of that. Because in fact, in your context, a national landscape without women is a non-starter of a concept. Let us just reflect, as we have been doing over the course of this month, about the many ways that women hold up the sky over St. Kitts and Nevis. Your mothers, your community leaders, your teachers and nurses. However, let us not be lulled into thinking that our women are only our nurturers. Because we at Sewell, embracing the philosophy of our very own Caribbean Bob Marley, we believe that in a very transformational way, that there is a natural mystic blowing through the air. And this mystic is really the consciousness that is rising up in the Caribbean universally and nationally as we begin to understand and comprehend that women must take their equal places with our men at the national table of leadership and governance. We understand this because we know that we must leverage our proportionate numbers in the populations that we live in. And that proportionate number is usually 50-50. That is, boys, girls, women, and men, largely, with a little variance every now and then, and throughout the segments of the population, we would find that they are roughly always 50% male, 50% female in any population. And in some segments, as women tend to be less risk takers than their male counterparts, you may find as women and men get older, you'll even find that there are more women than men in certain segments of our regional populations. So this mystic, this component of consciousness that I am speaking about is also about the allyship and the partnerships of women through organizations like Sewell and UN Women, Parliamericas, which is the organization that has been sponsoring Sewell's work during this project cycle out of Canada, and we are supported and very, very grateful for the sacrifices of Canadian taxpayers to make our work a possibility. And as we realize this consciousness, we in turn work with you through your own democratic spaces like this one today. We at Sewell, we advocate and implement the transformational change that we believe in. We believe that together, nation by nation, group by group, organization by organization, that we will transform our Caribbean space so that we have a critical mass of women who are conscious, and out of that critical mass of conscious women, we will have women who believe and are confident and are committed to accept being leaders at a table, a national table of leadership that is made up of both men and women. It is important that we in spaces like this not just talk the talk, and even as we find our individual voices of confidence and speak to our beliefs, we must also know that we must walk the walk in pursuit of our advocacy, of our gender agenda, and implementation and realization of gender equality, equity, and justice in our societies. The equality I speak of must be one that tells us that we must not leave a sister behind. You sisters, that through the privilege of election to office or leadership spaces and positions, as you mainstream, you must remember to mainstream that gender agenda that ensures the creation of a level playing field as we press on, as we advocate, as we make all efforts at the realization of the gender equality and equal opportunities for justice, health, and all other accessibilities to be equally provided to our men, our women, our boys, and our girls. So in effect, brothers and sisters, you understand that what we advocate for is not superiority of women, because as we oppose a historical patriarchal system that has disempowered women, and through this disempowerment, both in the public and the private spheres of our lives, our collective lives, we have seen throughout our region the very unrelenting reality of violence against women and girls, which despite our best efforts remains very much a reality. Even though survivorship means shaping our resilience, together, I'm very happy that our brothers have joined, and I've seen you there this morning. We're happy that you have joined us, because we ask you through this intersection of our meeting here this morning and throughout this day, that you also understand from your perspective, the women's perspective, the women's hearts and their commitment, and the nurturing of the very men and boys in our societies would mean that at the very least, they deserve equal respect and equal opportunities in the St. Kitts and Nevis society. And that, of course, includes the political landscape. And this landscape that we are creating must be one that embraces the value, the purpose, and importance of the nation's women, their voices, and their contributions to your society. And as you continue through today's activity, may you indeed embrace this natural mystic that is blowing through our Caribbean space, and definitely over the airspace and in the realm and across the islands in your state of St. Kitts and Nevis. I wish you well. I charge you as you find your voices, not only individually and as women, but together with your brothers here today. May you find a voice that has the commonality of your nation and your nation's needs for peace, security, and justice, not just only for women as you forge forward to find your rightful space and place of leadership in your society. But I know that St. Kitts and Nevis has been struggling with many issues of juvenile delinquency and violence. So sisters and brothers, together, you must find that agenda that is capable of being realistically implemented so that indeed St. Kitts and Nevis can emerge as one of our regional leaders where women are treated with equal respect and afforded equal opportunities, even as they continue to nurture and to care and to develop the space and the abilities of the men and boys of St. Kitts and Nevis. Together, may you build a landscape that is cultivated, civilized, and one where there is respect and love. Women for men and men for women, boys and girls together, one that is progressive and sustainable as you embrace an era that is one that will realize your sustainable development. Thank you for allowing me into your space and into this time in your deliberations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Lady Anand, President of Sewell Regional Chapter. Political landscape cannot and will never and will not be considered developed without the presence and the equitable representation of women. Over the past decade, in the political landscape of Nevis, there is a woman who has been a consistent champion for women's rights and empowerment. Before I continue this forum, I would like us to take a moment to acknowledge the work and the contributions of the woman who has been the powerhouse behind organizing these forums over this past decade, the Honorable Hazel Brandy William, current Minister of Gender Affairs and Health. Please put your hands together for Minister. The work that Minister Hazel Brandy Williams has accomplished would not be possible without the support of her colleagues, our ministers of government, our Premier, and our Prime Minister. These men are our champions. These men are the ones who raise us up as we rise our country up together. It is indeed an honor to call on behalf of our Honorable Premier, Mark Brantley, to deliver remarks, the Honorable Spencer Brand, who is Minister with responsibility for labor, public works, and physical planning. And if I might say, he is indeed a champion for women. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister Brand to the fore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for those very kind words. Good morning, everyone. Kindly allow me from the outset to apologize for the Honorable Premier, who is unable to be present with you here this morning. And so the responsibility falls on my shoulder. I want to adopt the protocol which was so ably established. But however, I want to recognize Lady Trotman Joseph, the current president of the Caribbean Women in Leadership, who is joining us, I gather, via the wonderful use of technology. I also want to recognize Tony Ann Barber from the UN Women Multi-Country Office, who is also joining us via the use of technology. Permit me also to recognize my cabinet colleague, Madam Hazel Brandy Williams, and also the chair of the Civil St. Kitts and Nevis group, Ms. Telka Wallace. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring warmest greetings from the cabinet of the Nevis Island administration to all of the leaders and aspiring leaders making up this esteemed audience today. It is for me an honor to be in the midst of such caliber of persons. Persons who have broken the proverbial glass ceilings and have sought to bring betterment to the lives of women in St. Kitts and Nevis by empowering them to assume top leadership positions in various fields of endeavor, but more particularly in the political arena. Conforming to the mission statement of the organization, Caribbean Women in Leadership, I expect that today's forum will generate much insight into how women can be more fully involved in the decision-making process that impact their lives. Also, I expect that progress will be made towards a better understanding of women's role in leadership. As a husband, a father, a grandfather, a father-in-law, and a representative of the people of Nevis, I share your keen interest in ensuring that the women of the Federation are indeed the women of the Caribbean are empowered to make positive changes in the island homes and throughout the region. Further, I would hope that the impact would be transgenerational, thus positioning generations of Caribbean women to take their rightful place at the helm of decision-making. The theme to be discussed at today's forum is a very emotive one. As the journey to political empowerment of the women in St. Kitts and Nevis, as in the rest of the world, has been a journey fraught with much struggle. From the beginnings of the trade unionism to the arrival of universal adult suffrage, when the right to participate in the electoral process was achieved, the active role of women is undoubtedly, but regrettably, the contributions of many female activists have never made it to the pages of history. At this juncture, however, permit me to highlight the contribution of several women of our Federation who have left their imprint in the history of our proud nation. Mrs. Mary Charles George, OBE, the first woman in St. Kitts and Nevis to run for political office. Mrs. Ada May Edwards, MBE, the first female executive officer of the St. Kitts and Nevis Trades and Labor Union, and the first female speaker of the Legislative Council of St. Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla. Dame Constance Mitchum, who was the first woman to hold a ministerial position in the National Assembly. Mrs. Jean Nisbet Harris, the first woman elected as a Minister of Government in the Nevis Island Administration. Preceding her was Miss Berlin Clark, who was appointed as a junior minister in the then administration. Mrs. Marjorie Morton and Mrs. Christine Springett, who each occupied the seat of President of the Nevis Island Assembly. Presently, with women making up roughly 50% of Nevis's population, we do not see a corresponding representation at the highest level of decision-making, but a cursory glance to mid-top management position in public and private organizations reflects the achievement that have been made in support of women's empowerment. I salute our very own Deputy Governor General, Her Honor, Mrs. Hailita Liebert, OBE, and the women who are currently honorable members of the National Assembly. The Honorable Hazel Brandy Williams, Junior Minister in the Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs in the Nevis Island Administration. The Honorable Member of Opposition, Mrs. Cleone Stapleton Simmons, and the countless other women who have made their mark in achieving the highest order of professional accolades. You are all trailblazers and worthy example for the women of our nation. Additionally, we see more and more women vying for their place in public office. The Nevis Island administration commends the women who have responded to the need for a stronger female voice on the political platform. We anticipate that their presence in and contribution to the political sphere will provide the impetus for further development of our island. I am certain that the Caribbean Women in Leadership, St. Kitts and Nevis National Chapter, has played a vital role in challenging the status quo, where the role of women in leadership is concerned. I trust that every effort will be made to continue to do so well into the future. And I wish this forum every success, hoping that this organization will go from strength to strength in realizing its mission and vision. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the first elected female head of state in Africa, and former president of Liberia, who served as the 24th president of Liberia from 2006 to 2018, uttered these words, and I quote, "The size of your dreams must always exceed your current capacity to achieve them. If your dreams do not scare you, they are not big enough." End of quote. Thank you. Have yourself a wonderful and successful forum, and God bless.
Honorable Minister Spencer Brand delivering remarks on behalf of the Premier. Thank you so much, Minister Brand. This does indeed draw us to a close of our opening exercises. However, before I do close, I have a few housekeeping matters that I wish to address. First off, we do have upcoming a panel discussion and 3 presentations, one of which actually is via video, making it 4. At the end of each presentation, there will be time for discussion and questions. So please think about your questions, hold them, and we will deal with those at the end of the presentation. Secondly, at this point, I think we are going to have a group photograph of the participants and the delegates. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, and thirdly, we do have at the back on sale 17 International Women's Day masks, which are purple and white. They're being sold at $20 each, and these are being sold to raise funds. They're being sold to raise funds for the relocation of a young lady from a village in St. Kitts who has recently become homeless with her 4 children. So, ladies, gentlemen, women, we rise up our women. If we can support, I'm encouraging you to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor to serve as your chair for this opening ceremony. And without further ado, I would like to turn it back over to our forum chair, the most excellent, the most wonderful, Miss Naima Hazel. Thank you so much.
Put our hands together again for opening exercises chair, Miss Joy Napier. Don't study her. She's my co-chair. She just doesn't know. So as we said, time is going. I know that we're moving into the panel discussion, but I think we'd like to get together for the group photo first. And I'd love for everybody to get up and stretch themselves anyway. So I'm going to ask you to come to the front area so that we could take a picture together. Come on, you could get up. Everybody get up. Get a good stretch in. As you guys are moving, I'd like to, while she's doing some house, give some great thanks to who we've had so far. You know, we like to wait to the end to thanks, but you know, we got to give people their flowers as they speak. So as we organize ourselves, it's okay, move along. As we prepare ourselves, I'd like to thank those, if you don't mind, just in the interest of time. I'd like to thank Pastor Tricia Daniel for her inspiring intercession on behalf of the forum, invoking God's presence on today's forum. And of course, Chair Telka Wallace for her welcoming remarks, encouraging us to work together, women and men, to achieve global goals of political participation for women. As we continue, I'd also like to thank Landre Dyer for reminding us how so fine we actually are. Actually, I'm going to hold these thanks because I want everybody to get their proper appreciation. If we could remove our masks. So the gentleman is asking if we could remove our masks for the wear them? To wear them for the group photo? Okay. Okay, so one with and one without. So if you could just grab your mask, I'm gonna have to go grab my mask. If we could get the nice tall people in the back, I think that would help. Anything else I can do to help you? No? Because I do have the mic. No? Okay. I'm glad to have got everybody on their feet. Sometimes we forget when we're in a forum and people are talking, we get a little snoozy, but we don't want you to get snoozy today. There's lots of exciting things, so. So I'm going to continue with giving the quick thanks for our first ceremony, which was to Pastor Tricia Daniel for inspiring in session on behalf of the forum, invoking God's presence on today's activities. Telka Wallace, Chair of CWIL, for her welcoming remarks, encouraging us to work together, women and men, to achieve global goals of political participation for women. Mr. Laundry Dyer, for reminding us how so fine we actually are, and the role of men in supporting, uplifting, and honoring us. From the mouths of youths comes such great wisdom. His poem really had the sauce. Ms. Tony Ann Broader, for representing UN Women, Multicultural Office, and with her extensive experience in her field, reminding us in her brief remarks that every individual has a right to make their contribution in leadership, in decision-making, and through participation in the political and social landscape of our region. And of course, the wonderful lady Anande Trotman, who joins us from Grenada, representing CWIL as our regional president, and her encouraging words reminding us of the importance of national, regional, and international partnerships, that we grow, learn, and walk the walk together to achieve transformational change and equality. And of course, last but definitely not least, the Honorable Spencer Brand, a champion for women, I heard that, bringing warm greetings from the Nevis Island Administration on behalf of the Honorable Premier Mark Brantley, and for articulating his support of the transgenerational women's leadership in decision-making and CWIL as an extension of that support, and honoring all the women who have come before us and made their mark in the world as political and professional trailblazers. As you can see, we have a lot of wise and learned people today. Of course, you are also our panel. We're here to learn from each other, not only from our speakers, so we hope that you will fully participate in our panel discussion. As you can see, it's a mixed modality forum. We're trying to keep up some exciting innovations. But before I continue to delay us, I'd like to also, while I didn't mention it, thank our chair for the first segment of our opening exercises, Joy Napier, who did a fantastic job as chair of the segment. And now I turn over to our chair of the panel discussion, Natasha Gray, treasurer of CWIL, treasurer extraordinaire, unofficial legal consultant, we're not paying you for that, and community organizer, Natasha Gray.
Pleasant good morning to all, and please allow me to adopt the protocol that has been so ably established. Now, it is my honor and privilege to have been asked to chair the panel discussion on the topic, Women at the Forefront of Economic Prosperity, the New Vision. We have two panelists today, and I will give a brief introduction for each of our panelists, starting with Dr. Sharon McNichol. Dr. Sharon Ann Gopal McNichol is no stranger to us here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Dr. Gopal McNichol is a licensed clinical and forensic psychologist. For the past 25 years, Dr. Gopal McNichol has been an international psychological and political consultant throughout the region, the USA, the UK, and Canada. As a psychology professor, she authored 14 books on topics including assessment and culture, working with West Indian families, the bottom-up, and multi-system models of governing. Since returning to Trinidad and Tobago 19 years ago, Dr. Gopal McNichol has served as a member of parliament, senator, and an advisor to several government ministers. Dr. Gopal McNichol dedicated her professional life with the goal of eradicating social diseases like crime, poverty, discrimination, and corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Sharon Gopal McNichol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All protocols observed. Good morning to everyone. Now, when I think of the topic in general, empowering women in politics, I often have to begin by looking at what were the impediments in terms of women empowerment, period, and by extension, in keeping with this particular panel, the women economic development and prosperity. When you look at in the Caribbean, we have had 4 women prime ministers. Eugenia Charles from Dominica, and of course we had Jamaica Portia Miller Simpson Miller, and Trinidad and Tobago Kamala Persad Bissessar, and of course now we have Mia Mottley. Dominica was the only one where the woman prime minister, the female prime minister, stayed more than 1 term. The rest of the islands, it was 1-term prime ministers. And that speaks volumes in and of itself, having waited that long, it was just 1 term. Personally, I always welcome women entering any field because I know they will not just do an excellent job, they will redirect the standards upon which we build any discipline. So for that alone, I welcome women entering into politics and whatever else. But I must say that I'm always concerned that in the process of entering and shattering ceilings, we sometimes are not aware of the power within, who we really are, and bringing our strengths to the table. One of the areas that I often feel very saddened that we are literally crushed somewhere along is the issue of emotional intelligence. Our own socialized experiences as women would have brought us at a higher level of emotional intelligence. I'm not here to argue with those who say, no, it's not, and what and what. I wrote a book, by the way. One of my many books happened to have been in intelligence, assessing intelligence, because I always believe you have to broaden the definition of intelligence beyond the pale of academic British elitist definition for us here in the region. I believe that the genius of the artist is no different and no less intelligent than the rest of the academically driven persons. So anyway, so I'm not here to go through that. But I remember so sadly a situation many years ago, Patricia Schroeder in the United States, where she had actually cried when a 2-year-old child was raped. And she was on a panel with men, and she was the only woman, and she cried. And immediately the reporter said, that's the end of her career. And indeed it was. She was a person that was rising towards running as vice president, possibly back then. And it ended her career. And I was just so disturbed by this, because if it was me, I would have flipped that around so fast and say, why didn't the rest of you guys cry? I don't get this. You are punishing me as a woman for crying, and a 2-year-old child was raped? You should be actually praising me for that level of internal sensitivity, so resonating who I am as a woman. But it was the end of her career. And this is why I often say, please do not defend. When they say to me all the time, back home, they would say, oh, Dr. Gopal, you get so emotional. I say, thank you. Emotional intelligence is, in addition to cognitively intelligent, I am emotional intelligent. You need to work on your emotional intelligence. So anyway, with that in mind, I remember as a young person married, I advocated for my husband to attend the National Organization of Women meetings with me. And at the time, they said no. And I was so shocked. This is why I'm always pleased when I walk in the Caribbean and see men sitting at forum like this. It's important our men be with us. This is not an anti-male. Being a feminist, men are feminists. All it means is that we believe in equality of men and women in all spheres of life. And therefore, men are feminists as much as women are. And that is all it means. It doesn't mean emasculating men. It doesn't mean casting them aside. It certainly doesn't mean destroying marital relations in the interests of women development. I happen to be a strong contender. Well, I'm 42 years married. I got married at 20. And I want to tell you, this January, when my husband and I celebrated 42 years, I said to my daughter, she and her friends love talking to me because they said, just don't understand. Because my husband is a strong, traditional Caribbean male, and I understood that in the process of me rising, it was important for me not in any way to emasculate my partner. This was very important to me. Not to mention the fact I do like to feel my femininity anyway. So in addition, so what I had done, I was speaking once when my husband graduated from law school. He said to me, "What do you want?" And I said, honestly, he said, for being such a good wife and what and what. And I said, honestly, I want to never have to cook again. That's actually what I said. So he said to me, he looked quietly, he said, I saw this lovely diamonds. I said, that's all I really want. Because you see, the time when I got married, for you young ladies in here, roles were fairly defined. 42 years ago, roles were defined. And I was not one I was so busy building my career, finishing school with my doctorate at a relatively young age, at age 27. I didn't have the time to get into battles in a relationship around, you rights and all of that. My daughter was born, raising a child, had no time for all that. But what I did know is that whatever I wanted, I negotiated it in the relationship. And so when he said to me, so how will we eat? As if he can't cook. But he couldn't. I said, well, there's this guy who opened a Caribbean restaurant near to where we lived in Long Island, and I am going to arrange to pick up food from him and so on. And he said, could I just think about it? I said, yes. Thought about it. About 3 days later, he came back. He said, okay, that's fine. I said, now, do you understand that that is for the rest of our life? But the operative word was have to. You see, it's my choice if I feel to cook, but not have to as it was up until then. And up until then, we were about 10 years into marriage when he had finished law school. So I was the one cooking every day or other day or what have you in the relationship. And he said, yes, I understand. And to his credit, he never walked in that house and opened a pot and hoping to see something. He knew I would coordinate it, and I did. And when we returned to the region, just as I did in the US, I found various takeout and different restaurants and persons who cook privately, and we did it. Doesn't mean that I didn't cook. It meant I cooked when I wanted to. However, COVID-19 came, and I had to cook for when they shut down everything, I had to cook for 2 months of cooking every day. I must admit, I was proud. I did not complain. I just did it. So I say that to say, sometimes in our quest for equality, we have to remember the preservation of family life. That's important to me and should be to everyone. Now, when we start to look at what limits women and their rise, we have to start with an inherent built-in concept in terms of if you go too far above your partner, your male partner, that doesn't augur well for him. It makes you feel less of a woman. And to this day, I hear women, even much younger than me, saying that this affected their relationship because she achieved much more, she makes more money, and that sort of thing. And I'm always amazed at that, because certainly in my relationship, I made, because of the nature of my profession as a psychologist, everybody in the United States has a private psychologist, so we never had any kind of issues around jobs and big bucks if you bilingual like I am, much more, economic opportunities for you. And so I always made more money, even though my husband had the stability of medical coverage and different things on his job. I was a consultant. And it never once occurred to me that that was something that gave me more than him. Because for one thing, our money came together. So it was our money. And when he was asked once in Trinidad, how does he feel with whatever it was that I was doing, and it was kind of getting some recognition in the country, and how does he feel being married to a woman so accomplished, or whatever it is they ask him. And he said, oh, that's not, in Sharon's case, she and I did everything together, so I'm not uncomfortable at all. In fact, her success is my success. And that's how he saw it. And, and that's really how it ought to be. And so when we look, and so a lot of times women want to attain success, but the fear of the backlash, and there has been backlash. We have seen an increase in domestic violence during COVID, even though this amazing government and prime minister that you all have in this country, Dr. Harris, and they did an excellent job in eradicating the crime and handling COVID very well. But we have seen an immense increase in domestic violence during the COVID, even though there was a reduction in criminal and gang-related activities. So I say that for us to understand, when we are thinking of breaking the glass ceiling and continuing to do as great, we have to remember there are economic disparities still. I don't know if you're aware, in many professions, it's about 67 cents to $1 what women make to men, even though more women are graduating from UE and so on. So in our quest to bring equality, we have to look at the issue of salaries. We have to advocate very strongly in every profession for us to have women to be making what men are making at the start of the salaries, in the middle, at the end, right through. And you have to look at that. Even in the political arena, oftentimes you hear of stories of persons staying long at junior levels. Most of the time, again, it's a woman. May stay long at the junior level, whether it's junior ministerial portfolios and so on. Why is this? We have to look at that in terms of economic prosperity. If your salaries are not equal, you're not going to be having the same economic opportunities to be prosperous. And so these are things in your negotiation stage. What we have to do as women, talk about unity is important, but you have to share information. So if you know a woman is being hired in your agency, you have to immediately pull her aside when she's going to negotiate for salaries and make it clear this is the baseline that we started at 20 years ago. What we're looking at now should be about this amount of money, and give the person the opportunity to negotiate at a higher rate, even if they end up making more money than you. Because that's the way you equalize the economic. You have to be prepared. What you know, you have to share it. But, and then you have to also remember that just very basic things, like I remember when they were making my banner, they said to me, you need to take off one of your names because it's just too long, Sharon Ann Gopal McNichol. So I said, and which name do you propose that I take out? So they said, take out McNichol. I said, I want to just mash my marriage up like that. I must throw my name out after 30-some years at the time of marriage, and disrespectful. I said, that's not coming out. They say, well, what about you? But they didn't want me to take out the maiden name because my parents' name was known, and they felt that name should stay. And McNichol wasn't known at the time when we returned home. So take out the married name. And I remember thinking, but there are names, Ram Kalawan Singh, fitting on a thing. I'm not attacking anybody. Gopal is an Indian name. That's my father was of East Indian background. So I say that to say, how are these names fitting? And that's just the last name. And you want me to take out my name. Absolute disrespect. And we don't even sit and think. These little things, we must not allow it. We simply must not. And I always had to make it very clear that we are not. Now, how do you deal with the economic and other differences in terms of women? The legacy of female oppression is long written, well known. The role of the education system, simple things like encouraging young women to go into certain professions, although now we see women in any profession, which is really nice. But please know, many a times it's only one person in that profession that might be a woman. We saw that in aerospace, engineering, different things. And so, but it's growing, and you have to be patient. And psychology taught me our discipline is usually the first to be fired, the last to be hired, technically, because we are social, they won't get rid of a medical doctor as easily as they will get rid of our discipline. Of course, I always remind them, just as medical diseases like COVID crippled the world, so too social diseases like crime and corruption doing to us in the region. And so it's very important that we recognize through it all, we have to understand that if we are going to advance ourselves, we have to value the role. The social is not just women, but the social is a very important part. And for as long as I remember Sewell and any other women organization throughout the region, my mom used to be very involved. She was one of the first persons up close in my life that I saw politically involved. And she was very involved in the region all the time at the women's meetings. But again, it was the women that were responsible for bringing the water, bringing the coffee. Meanwhile, the woman might be a chairperson in the whole committee, but a guy sitting there may say he wants water, and it's a woman, the chairperson gets up, get it. He can walk there and get it to himself. So I'm saying to you, these little things go into young women's mind as this is my role, as opposed to this is my role in the context of all of us helping. I am doing one thing, you are doing another. Now, I know we have a limited amount of time here. Where am I in the 15 minutes? Time to stop. Just about. Okay, so let me say this if I could just give you something else that carries me through. One of the things my daughter said to me as we sat and she became a young adult, she said, Mom, Dad, I'm so glad Dad is my dad, because he was so strong as a parent in discipline in terms of, strict and so on when she reached teenage years. And she said to me, and I tried as a teenager, I said to her, whenever your dad is that way, I want you to listen to his heart, not to his words. So I taught her how to do that, process what his heart is saying. And so during COVID, one of my pre-existing medical conditions is asthma. And I didn't have it for many, many years after age 11, till I returned home and had to deal with these politicians. The asthma came back. But so when the COVID first started, my husband got very nervous. He bought oxygen tank, he bought all kinds of things. He read, he circled, this is what you have to do, this is what I have to do. He said he's only making groceries, I'm not going out, because we were trying to assess what is the story. So my daughter came and she said, why Mommy can't go out? He says, I don't want to hear you start any trouble in here, Monique. He says, your mother can't go anywhere until we understand what this COVID thing is. And she said, I suppose you're going to tell me listen to his heart. Because he said it so hard. She said, you just understand. Yes, I do. I do understand, because we as women have to understand too. Men were not socialized to be demonstrative emotionally, but they do talk to us from a place of their hearts. And so sometimes in your quest, you young ladies, towards equality, I want you to pause a bit and work with your male partners and find ways for us to cross-fertilize, socialize experiences so that we can bring to the table a healthy family. And for me, that's the primary thing. Since I do have to stop, I would like to do so. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
That was indeed a stimulating presentation by Dr. Gopal McNichol. I trust and hope that everyone was able to gather some negotiating skills from her presentation so that you can continue to rise to the challenge and help to shatter the glass ceilings. Now, as we are aware that women and girls do make up a great percentage of the world's population, I would say near half, and so that is half of the potential. In this room, having been given some of the necessary tools from Dr. Gopal McNichol, I trust and hope that you can endeavor and try to strive to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis does their part in making sure that women and girls have their fair share in relation to contributing to the society. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our next presenter, Mr. Rawlinson Isaac, who is a financial consultant. Mr. Isaac has over 40 years in the banking and financial industry, having started his career in banking in 1973 at the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank Limited. In 1991, he became general manager of the Bank of Nevis after a long stint at the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank, including manager of the Nevis branch. He remained in that post for 15 years. In 2010, he was appointed chairman of the Bank of Nevis Limited, having served as a director from 1992 to 2008. Mr. Isaac holds a BA in accounting from the University of the Virgin Islands and a master's degree in business administration and finance from the University of Wales, Manchester Business School. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, FCIB, and an associate of the Institute of Financial Accountants, AFA. Additionally, Mr. Isaac holds a diploma in financial studies and a diploma in trust and estate practice from the Chartered Institute of Bankers, United Kingdom, and is a member of the American Management Association International. Ladies and gentlemen, please help welcome Mr. Rawlinson Isaac.
Yes, good morning. That is interesting. When a good lady asked me, I am just me. They asked me, what do you mean by that? I said, wherever you can find information is for you to do, not me. I am just a fellow across the road there, they call Rawl. I tell people, judge me by my trophies, not who I say I am. And so having said that, top of the day to all of you, I must make two observations. My good friend, the doc, mentioned something about cooking and wife and husband and so on. And I just put down my little note. See? My wife is the boss in the house. So that job is done. In terms of cooking, I ain't cooking. But what I do, I make sure every weekend or twice a week, I pull out my credit card and I take her someplace. To make up for the rest, I change her car every 3 years. So, me good. I used to cook a time. I lived by myself for quite a while as well. And while I was at school, my buddy who I lived with, he was working and I was going to school. So I'll get home in the afternoon and I will fix up a few things for him, you know. And one afternoon I came home. He said, what you doing inside there? I said, trying to cook, you know, do something. And it was soup, my favorite. He said, man, lock off the stove there. Why are you wasting time coming home to cook? I said, all right, so what are we going to do? He said, let's go downtown. We went downtown and we picked up a Big Mac in those days and a milkshake. And we sat down, ate. He said, you full? I said, yeah. He said, well, don't cook nothing again. Any afternoon you come home. Wait for me. And we're going downtown to get a Big Mac. So I stopped cooking long time. Yes, my task is really to speak. And when they said finance, I say, well, what is the topic for finance? And they say, well, you know, finance, you know, I would teach them how to make money and so on. I said, teach them how to make money, but that's the easy part. And when I saw the forum, the outlay, he said, women at the forefront of economic prosperity and new vision. And so I saw that about 2 days ago, and I said, well, I have to forget about teaching people how to make money. That would have been easy. But women at the forefront of prosperity and that new vision, I said, let me do some work on that. We are talking about Nevis, and so women today, for me, it's about Nevis women. What goes on around the world, I take notes. But look at what's happening in Nevis. And I think the honorable gentleman, and forgive me, may I adopt the protocol, but I must say, and my good friend, of course, and all the beautiful ladies in the room. But when I heard the minister mention ladies in terms of positions, and he mentioned our deputy governor, yeah? Because I was behind there taking a few little notes to make up for the presentation. And I said, okay, that's good. Where do I go from there? So I was sitting there with Denwick, and Denwick was helping me with the notes as to women. And look how instructive and interesting it is. We have at the Development Bank, the head of the Development Bank in Nevis, a woman. Royal Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, a woman. National Bank Nevis, a woman. All the schools, probably except about 2, headmistress, woman. The Treasury, cash, money, a woman. Inland Revenue, a woman. Value Mart up the road, a woman leading. Delta, oils and so on, a woman. NEPAC, head of NEPAC, a woman. Financial services, a woman. The health sector, the COVID, women. The tourism board, the CEO, a woman. NRP political party, women. And I have a little other note there. The churches, women. So why are we worried? Women have been carrying the weight around here for a very long time. And they are showing their trophies. They have trophies. Give yourself a round of applause. We are different here in Nevis. And so I look around and I ask, where are the men? Can't find them. So you all got to be proud. It has to be that you all are doing something. But women at the forefront of economic prosperity. To me, prosperity has to do with money. That's what I learned earlier, Clark. Economic value. And all the people in the past who were talking about economic value were talking about gross domestic products and gross national products. These were the main measurements that they were using in those days, the early 30s right up to now. But then what do we find happening? And fellows were talking about economics and supply side economics versus demand side economics and which one is good, for creating wealth and so on. But then we discovered that the measures they are using are really not good for our societies. And so we stopped using those measurements and we went into using prosperity indices. And in these prosperity indices, we're saying economic wealth is only a very small portion of it, but we have to find other building blocks in which to measure. And so we start looking at the quality of life. We start looking at our health. We start looking at our social capital. And we start looking at respect for civil and political liberties. For me, it is easy as a businessman to really focus on the financial side because that's really what I like to do. How to make money is my big chief. And I always tell people, making money is not so hard. And I never worried about whether women getting more than me or less. That's never worried me. I went to school, I went to university. all women were inside there. So when I left school, I expect the women to be the boss and to be placed in all the big positions. I never worried about that. What I spent time learning is how to use my little education and how to make money. And I remember I read a book. I was coming to Miami and I saw this book, The Things That Taught You, Never Taught You in Harvard Business School. And there were these two guys. Both of them went to Harvard. They've been around for a long time. And they hadn't seen each other for about 20 years. And when they met up, the guy asked him, "But what have you been doing?" And the guy said, "Man, I am the vice chairman of JP Morgan. I manage $5 billion," and giving the fellow all that he has done. So he said, "You remember all those things we taught in school? We were taught about, points of inflection and so on." And he really showing off on the poor fellow. "So what have you been doing for the last 20 years? And the guy said, "In spite of all the education, I learned a few little things. I left Harvard with my MBA, of course, and I went down the road and just looked around, and I saw a business opportunity." And what was that business opportunity? He was simply buying small items for $3 and selling them for $5. He didn't even do the mathematics. He said, "And I was happy with my 2%. You buy for $3 and sell for $5, that's 67%. He wasn't concerned about that. He said, "I am happy with my 2%. And the guy said, "Wow, really? But come, let me show you something." And then he took him down Wall Street, and he said, "You see all those buildings going down there? Go around the corner there, all those are mine." Because that 2% that he was making exactly was what he was putting to use. The poor fellow, then the conversation, and left, and he went. So I am saying to you that for us here, and since it is a forum where we are speaking on the success of the women, I am saying that while we're looking at the whole question of wealth and so on, for us, we got to learn how to create other indices. And so I have a little list here of some of the things that we have to worry about. Don't worry about men, what they're making and what they're doing. Worry about yourself as individuals and how you can make a change in your life and the life of the community. So we have economic fundamentals. Most people, when they're talking about country and development, that's all they pay attention to, economics. But we also have entrepreneurial and innovation, where we have learned how to commercialize new ideas. We have education, which fosters the human development. We have democratic institutions. We have governance, which speak to honesty and effective government. We have health and the good physical composition and nature. We have personal freedom, and we have security and safety, and of course, social capital. Why do I mention these? I am saying that what I find is missing is our ability to identify the critical social issues that we face daily and how to index them. See, we do a lot of things, but we don't like to index. And so what I want to share with you is that we got to begin to index everything you want to do. Index it. And why you want to index it? It is the only way you can measure what is really happening over time. I never understood what this thing that you have when they block your arteries, what do you call it again? Cholesterol, yeah. And so I went to my doctor one time, and he said, "Well, you in physical health, everything good, man. What about your cholesterol?" I said, "What's that?" He said, "Cholesterol. I never heard it in my whole life." And he said, "Well, let me check it." And he said, "Wow, you're 300 and something." and that was in 2004. I thought I was the fittest man in the world. And I, since that day, go to see my doctor twice a year. And only one thing I make sure I do, check that cholesterol level. From 2004 until now, I can give you a full chart to tell you when it went up, when it went down. Chart from 2004 until today. Indexing my cholesterol level. I am saying that as a tool that you should develop as you go through your life. Create an index, whether it be the children, whether they go to school, what they have done. Create some kind of index, social index, whether index at work. Create an index for almost everything that you do, and you will be surprised to see over time what you will have achieved. What I really want to say to you is that there's no mystery about development of women versus men. There are some very, very fundamental principles, and that I have used them during my time. I work with a little index I call H1W5. And what does that mean? In anything, anyhow I see a business opportunity, I say to myself, what are my 5 W's? And it is what it is to be done. What is that opportunity? When I pick that opportunity, I say, what is the value of it to me? What do I need to do it? And so I put my W, why. My third thing is that when do you want to do it? Well, it's like yesterday. Eh? I want to do it now. Where are you going to do it? And the last W is who going to do it? See, that is what is missing. Who going to do it? We have a lot of ideas. We engage a lot daily. But what beats us is who going to take that mantle and take it forward. And so I developed over my life a H1W5. Having dealt with my W5, I always come with one last one. How is it going to be done? And that how for me is my strategy. In that strategy, I work out the mechanics. I take time out, I study the world, economics all around the world, St. Kitts, Nevis, and I say, what is it I can achieve? And my age, how is it going to be done? I study it and I follow all the patterns in the world. I study strategic mapping, I look at the industry, I look at the statistics, and out of those, I decide what is the next best thing. Now, the other great thing about it, if you can't do it, because that's one of the problems we have, whether you're a man or a woman, when we have a bright idea, we sometimes tend to think, well, oh, I'm not able, me and can't do that. That's the mistake you make. That's the mistake you make. The idea, obviously, is a brilliant one. But what do you do with it? Find somebody who. That is the critical part. So if I come up with a genius idea, then I say, well, this can't do. For instance, whenever I'm on my phone and I'm WhatsApp and a call comes in, it knocks me out. That can't be good. So I am working on something now. How could I come up with the technology? When you call me, I can't get knocked off a WhatsApp. But I don't have the technology. I can't do it. Don't fool yourself. I just can't. But you know what I've done? I have 2 guys now working on it to tell me how it can be done. They are the experts. At the end of the day, I will be able to put up my hand and say, that is my bright, brilliant idea. I am saying that to you because as you think through your own life, you're going to come up with so many ideas. You may not have the capacity to do it, either financial, intellectual, emotional, as we have heard a while ago. But at the same time, there are other persons out there who would have done it. Please, for heaven's sake, join them and take it from there. The other aspect of it, and you'll find as the women in politics, is the whole question of leadership. That is what I find most of the times is really missing. People believe that leadership, you either be the boss and that is the end of it. Work. Me the boss, me the minister, education, me this, me the boss. Joke. Leadership is a little more than that. Leadership is the ability to set direction. Look around you and look down the road and set direction. Just mentioned to you, you may have bright ideas, but you can't do it all alone. When you would have done that, then your next best thing is pull people together to help you to achieve it. We call it the alignment of people. Pull them together to achieve it. When you have done that, the third responsibility you have is to make sure that you inspire them and motivate them. The problem we have, whether you're a man or a woman, as soon as you think you're ahead of the game, the next fella must stay behind. Fella gave me a joke one time. He said there were these three guys. And obviously, all of us are black people, so I can make the joke. I made it one time, and a white man was present, so I had to half do it, you know. But this is what I always tell people. There were three cultures. One was a white man, one was an Indian, and one was a black man. So a fellow had a world of wealth to give away. And he said, come on, let me tell you something. Come sit with me. And the guy came, and he said, you, Mr. White Man, come here. He said, whatever I give you, I'm going to give your colleague twice the amount. And so the guy came, and he gave him, what do you want? The fellow said, well, I want 5 acres of land and a castle on top of there. And the fellow provided that to him. And he didn't mind getting that. You with me? Because the other colleague would have get 2 castles and 10 acres of land. What they work out is that they could use those 3 combined and make some contribution fortunate among the society, people to live in them and so on. The Indian chappie, they asked him, what do you want? The fellow said, we want cash because in India, you know, we have a lot of poor people, so give me some cash. How much you want? The fellow said, give me $5 million US. So he gave him the $5 million. He didn't mind getting the $5 million. He gave the other fellow get 10. So that's $15 million they have among themselves. And they move into India and start educating people and creating health and doing some other things. And the joke of it was, and it was really a serious joke, but I will leave it with you, and you can interpret it however you want. When he came to the black fellow, he asked him, what is it you want? He said, because whatever I give you, your partner is going to either benefit or suffer adversely in proportion, twice the amount. And the fellow said to the guy who had a lot of wealth, you know what the guy said to him? He said, cause one of my eyes to be taken out. And so he didn't mind that because it meant that the other fellow can't see. And I say that to you because I use it all the time. I am serious joke, I don't call it. It is a serious joke. And so I always make that point. You ready for me now, darling? I'm coming now. So in terms of leadership, I want us to bear in mind what it is, because there is change and there is transformation. I always use those 2 words. Change for me is a different way of doing things. Transformation is a different being, is the being, the changing of you and the inside. Look within for your deeper values and so on. In terms of a few little things I want you to work with, I have worked with throughout my life, and I have a long working life. I have something I call my 7 R's, you see? And they go like that. If we want to, whether we women in politics or women in work, if we want to follow my 7 R's, I always say, resolve. You must be resolute. I always say you must have resilience. You're a woman, you must be resilient. I always say you must always be willing to reform. You must be reimaginative, always be willing to imagine and reimagine. In terms of returns, I use returns because it doesn't make sense. You do all these good things, and at the end of the day, you ain't got nothing to show for it. I call it value and wealth. I look for returns as part of my R in everything that I do. If I can't find that there at the end of the day, you ain't gonna find me, don't look for me. I then have what I call my reset button, because every now and then, as women, as individuals, you must always go back and reset. And my 7 is, when you're done do all of that, run with it, because it is yours. PTs are simple. I say you must always build trust. Woman in politics, woman in the home, I don't care where you are, build trust. You must always, at the same time, speak truth. I repeat, speak truth. Can't go wrong when you speak the truth. And last but not least, you must practice openness and transparency. Those are my few words. I would be here, I could talk until tomorrow morning, but they told me I only have 10 minutes. And it's really, for me, a pleasure, and I wish you a successful journey throughout the day. Thank you much.
I want to thank our presenters for ably leading us in this panel discussion. I'm quite certain all the women want to find a husband like Mr. Isaac, who will change their vehicles every 3 years. But apart from that, he has encouraged us to show our trophies. He has outlined the number of persons in Nevis, the number of women who have top leadership positions. I'm quite certain as women we want more. The Premier of Nevis is a male. The Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis is a male. But as women, I am quite certain that we want more, and we want to be able to show our trophies. So just consider that. Now, I know we are a bit behind time in terms of our schedule, but if there's anyone who has questions or comments for any of our panelists, we do invite you at this time. A microphone will be brought to you. Just raise your hand, and one of the lovely ladies will bring the microphone. State your name and address your questions to the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Mrs. McNichols, Gopal McNichols, I would like to hear from you as to what is your definition of a strong, traditional Caribbean male.
A microphone is being brought.
We were certainly are you all here? I tend to project anyway. We were socialized traditionally to see our males as primarily as providers and primarily as head of homes. In my own definition, and certainly what I saw in my home, in addition to those two, they were men, my father certainly were encouraging in terms of the development, equally so with his daughters and sons. So a traditional Caribbean male must be prepared to support the strength within the family. If it's a woman, fine. If it's a boy or girl, fine. I also would like to think our males, in the traditional sense, were, in a sense, a bedrock of support in terms of the family as a whole. That's traditional male. And I still maintain that's how it should be, even to this day, beyond the tradition, but more in a modern world. We should see both men and women being equal partners in a relationship. That's the home I grew up in. My mom had as much say and directed most of how things went in the home. So that was my understanding of a traditional Caribbean meal.
Thank you, Dr. McNichol. We have someone who wants to ask a question on my right, Mrs. Aline.
Good morning. Just a comment and then a question. I would like to, this morning, stick a pin in for Mrs. Janet Jagan, former president of Guyana. She served in the parliament for 4 to 6 years. And she resigned. She stepped down because of her age. She didn't go to the poll to be re-elected. She became president after her husband died, but then she won in her own right, and then she stepped down. And the other thing is, it has always puzzled me why as women we are the energy behind these men being elected, but we don't usually vote for ourselves. And I would like to know what it is, because that makes us so content to be the head teachers and the PSs and so on. And there's not that drive to become the heads of our countries.
You'd like me to answer that? You see, this is what. You have to understand your early socialized experiences oftentimes dictate what you end up being. And to break from that requires immense emotional fortitude, not just intellectual, but emotional fortitude to change that. And you're so correct, because as my colleague was speaking, Mr. Rawlins, and the many positions women held, we were looking at, but the premier is still a man, and so is the prime minister. So we welcome all the progress. And they say behind every successful man is a woman. Don't we say that? Well, it's time we say behind every successful woman is a woman too, or man. But we are contented largely because that was the definition of our success that was laid out for us from a very early stage in our life. And when you step out, I must tell you, women are very more punitive towards their own female when the women step out of their role and aim to be, whether it's prime minister or CEO of big companies. This we have to look at. In one of my books, I talked a lot about how the female oppression was deeply entrenched in our socialized experience in every system and in every institution, whether it was education, health, church, everything, it was there. And to break that, it takes a lot. And you don't normally hear somebody say, you know, I remember when Kamala became prime minister, the very thing she did, if she went out, let's say have a drink, men did it too. What was the issue? It had become, she's drinking too much. I mean, you really have to know the standards are very different when it comes to women. Always it was. But you see, I see the standard, the fulcrum around which most of our problems exist in the Caribbean, by the way, is the politics. If you really understand progress, it's the political arena that limits the development because of the opposition government back and forth. But the thing is that for us to rise above the challenges as women in politics, you have to be able to look at why is it you have to always be on the defensive for positions that were practically normal for men to take, no matter what it was. And it's a tough thing to, so therefore it's incumbent upon us, people in my age group and in their 50s and so on, to really allow our young women to be comfortable challenging systems that were traditionally made to be comfortable and to give them support that in the process they will not lose family life. Because one of the things that young women say, I don't want to get to my marriage to break up. I don't want, so they hold back their potential. I must tell you, in spite of all of the accommodation I made with my husband, I never compromised in terms of my potential, my ability to do what has to be done. I was mindful how not emasculating my partner in any way, but I was never compromising on what I had thing to accomplish. So it's we have to lay out a different definition. You know, my mom, when she saw how my daughter is, she was so happy that there was a quantum leap from her to my daughter in terms of how my daughter navigate marriage, relationships, and all of that. And she never said to her, Monique, don't do that. You know, that could really make your husband feel badly. No, she allowed her to be free to express all of who she was without being termed, you're an aggressive woman. The very same thing men do. They are considered assertive and smart. And a woman stand up and challenge and do the same thing, and she's seen as an aggressive type of woman with a couple expletives attached to that. So I say to you, we have to, as women, encourage and lift women up. It's an important part of our transition as well.
So I just want to add to that because I am waiting for the day to come when the men will sit home and do the little cooking and do the little small task and allow the women to take off and go out and fill that role. I would be happy to sit down, fixing up the little children, send them to school and pick them up. You go out and bring in that big check. I will be home. I will cook for you as well and look after you and massage you as soon as you come. But I am looking forward for that day when this country will have all these women out there doing all those work, hard work, night work, morning work, and we home sitting down, relaxing.
Mr. Isaac, that day is coming. Don't worry, that day is coming.
Women were never home sitting down, relaxing. It was always a lot of work that women had to do. So no, you ain't gonna be relaxing.
It is time that we get some of that task.
Okay, we have time for just one more comment or question. If not, we would have a short 10-minute, no? Oh, sorry. The forum chair is coming to advise me. Lady Naima. All right, so because of the time constraints, we're just going to have a short working break. So I'll ask you to just quickly take your snacks and return to your seats, and we will continue with the program so that all the presenters can ensure that they give their presentations. I want to thank Dr. McNichol and Mr. Isaac for leading us today on the topic of women in the forefront of economic empowerment.
Okay, if we just grab our snacks, I'm not rushing you. I'm just up here to move things along. As we'd like to thank our representatives, Senator Nisbet and, of course, Dr. Gopal Nicol, who unfortunately have to leave us. They had a previous engagement. Their convention is today, which is we're really glad they were able to join us. So we really appreciate you taking the time to join us here at CWIL. As she leaves, I just realized, like, when I went to UE that I actually studied Dr. Gopal McNichol. I'm a psychologist. Now I'm just remembering how much papers I had to read from Dr. Gopal McNichol. As she sat over, I realized who she was. But we'd like to thank her again, our learned panelist and presenter, who reminded us of our power within and the importance of emotional intelligence in addition to cognitive intelligence, and a reminder to men and women that feminism is for men and women. It's not feminazism. It's not our efforts to subjugate men, and women do not want disproportionate power, but choice and a voice to challenge. And that by honoring men and women's success, we can maintain the preservation of family life by remembering to listen to each other's hearts and to be mindful, but not to compromise our potential and our purpose. And we also like to thank, of course, Mr. Rawlinson Isaac, who reminded us that women show leadership in ways that we carry the weight and that we have trophies, but we are not trophies. So leadership is more than title, but the ability to set direction, and that we should work as individuals, not comparatively, but indexing to measure the success of our achievements to ensure that our returns and our outcomes relate to our inputs. So I liked his last thing, reminding us to build trust, speak truth, and practice transparency. Wonderful. Okay, so as we enjoy our break, we're going to head into the next presentation. There might be a little change in the program because we're trying to accommodate one of our presenters, Honorable Emmeline Pierre, Minister of Education in Grenada, so we might have to make a little switch. But our next presenter, and for this topic, I'm going to bring back, I actually think this is me. Our next topic is Men as Allies. It's a presentation by Lizanne Fisk, Deputy Director in Gender Equality of Parl Americas, one of our partners with CWIL. So if we could put our hands together now, I encourage you all to take copious notes because this is probably going to be a great discussion, and we love the feedback that we've had so far, and we want to encourage us to continue to dialogue here at the Political Empowerment of Women in St. Kitts and Nevis Forum.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good day, ministers, parliamentarians, distinguished guests. Thank you on behalf of Parl Americas for the invitation. It's wonderful to be with you virtually and to hear from such exceptional leaders in your country. I want to take the opportunity to add to the praise for CWIL's commendable work over the years. As Lady Anande mentioned, we are close partners, and I really want to congratulate as well the St. Kitts and Nevis CWIL chapter for its success and accomplishments. Not least, I extend sincerest appreciation to Minister Brandy Williams for your active participation in Parl Americas over the years. It's always an honor to work with you and your Parl Americas, your parliamentary colleagues through Parl Americas. So I have a PowerPoint here, so I'll just take a second to share my screen and confirm that that's working. I'm alerted that I need permission. So while that is being adjusted, I'll just start by saying that in my presentation, it's on male allies for gender equality in politics, resources and tips to support women's political leadership. And really what I'll be doing is building on what's already been shared this morning, but shifting the focus very specifically to what that critical role is of men in advancing gender equality and women's political leadership. What does that really look like? And I know that the women in St. Kitts and Nevis are no strangers to garnering male support for women's political representation, and that men have been real champions for political participation. So my hope, therefore, is that this presentation is helpful in further developing that vision for these partnerships we've been talking about, whether for the purpose of the campaign you're running or for other work towards achieving true equality of opportunity between men and women. So let me just see if I still can't share my presentation, it looks like. But I'll continue on. So by turning attention towards men, this is not to say that they're, oh, there we go. Pardon me. No, it looks like I still don't have co-host ability to share my screen. But to continue, there's this sense that when we turn to men, it's not to say that there isn't value in continuing to really focus as well and enhance individual women's political capacities and encouraging reform from within our political institutions. But it is true that women are really overwhelmingly ready to compete in electoral politics. It's just that they face different barriers that their male counterparts don't experience as much, if they experience them at all. And so if we look at the low number of women in political office in the countries all across our hemisphere, it's really not so much a problem of the pipeline of women, but with the multiple obstacles along the way that they face. And tackling this problem effectively takes intentional efforts from all of us, regardless of our gender. So what I wanted to show you next, again, I can't show you the supporting slides, but what I wanted to tell you about is that what I'll be drawing on in my presentation is information that you can find in an online toolkit. It's a Parle America's toolkit called Male Allies for Gender Equality. It's on a platform called Parle Gender Tools. And you'll see that the URL to access it, I was going to display, but I'll tell you at the end how to find it online. In case you'd like to note it down. And this is a learning platform that we developed with I think I've been readmitted. If someone could maybe just let me know if I should continue with the presentation and where to start from. The last thing you heard? There seems to be a technical glitch. I got kicked off. Hi, Telka. Okay, may I just get confirmation that you can hear me and also see my slides? Apologies, I can't hear anything on the other side, so I'm not sure whether to continue. Okay, I do believe you're following. So I'm going to continue. Here you'll see the information I was mentioning about the toolkit we have available. I'm drawing a lot of the information that you can find there. And as I mentioned, this was a partnership with UN Women. And we created these series of tools because we recognize that many, many men support the idea of women's political leadership, but certainly it's not always easy to know how to best put this into practice in really concrete ways. Challenging harmful norms that we've all been socialized with is difficult. There's pressure in politics and in life more generally to conform to traditional gender norms and to what's expected of us. Men and women too get many social benefits from not disrupting those norms, right? So next I'm going to cover a tool called intersectionality, and across all of our legislative exchanges with parliamentarians, members of Parliamericas are encouraged to apply this concept. So I'll start with it here. It means recognizing that systemic inequality based on gender or sex interacts with other types of inequalities, be they racism, classism, ageism. There are many isms to be attentive to. It's important that all of these be considered together. And it's really just showing us that it's not enough to look at women as a group or at men as a group. So if we're applying this to women in politics, we pay attention to the diversities among women as well. We know that that helps us see how women's different capacities to participate in public life are shaped by some of these other factors: access, social privileges, and political opportunities. And it means that for men who champion women in politics, there's also recognition that men too experience inequalities. Those could be based on disability, religious affiliation, sexuality, economic standing, among many other things. So to continue on with that in mind, what exactly is a male ally? To turn to the definition, we can break it down first with the meaning of just ally on its own. Allies actively partner on the basis of solidarity with marginalized groups in their fight for equality and social justice. They work to achieve change in ways that are informed by those marginalized groups themselves, and that helps to ensure that any support doesn't end up reinforcing patterns of discrimination, that they're not undermining the agency, voice, or leadership of those marginalized groups. So by extension, male allies for gender equality, as you can see on the slide there, you can think of them as advocates who work in partnership with women to uproot and transform harmful gender relations and stereotypes. So there's an important difference between acting as an ally, which is alongside women, and acting as a protector, which is on behalf of women. A protector would tend to reproduce stereotypes because it's a tone that implies that masculinity equates masculinity with strength and femininity as weakness, or that women can't act on behalf of themselves, right? And that's not the message here, certainly. So to continue on, here's a formula for being a male ally, and I'll briefly touch on each of these. Number one is about recognizing privilege, and privilege is simply a system of advantages and ease of access. It's not necessarily earned, but it's more readily available to some people as a result of their membership in a particular social group. And here's where it's helpful to return to our concept of intersectionality. So by extension, if we talk about male privilege, what's key and the common ground that's important to establish is that overall society is not equal for men as a group compared to women as a group. And thus the political playing field we know isn't level to begin with. Number two is about being accountable to women and gender equality goals. And this one's fairly self-explanatory, but the best way to be accountable to women is to really actively listen, familiarize yourself with women's demands, and use your own power and platform, whatever it may be, to elevate those from a position of solidarity. Number 3 is to support words with action. And moving to action can sometimes be the difficult part, certainly. We'll be looking at simple actions that can be taken in a little bit that parliamentarians have found useful. But this point is about how you back up your values and your commitments. So if your political party states that it supports gender equality, how does its actions match those claims, right? Is there funding behind it? Is there a recruitment strategy, etc.? Number 4 is about continually pursuing opportunities to learn. And this next point stresses how male allyship is always an ongoing process. It's a commitment to actively learning and educating yourself on the key issues related to gender inequality, about building your knowledge of the many perspectives and lived realities of women. And the last one is about encouraging other men to partake in this work. And I've underscored it because this last point is probably the most essential. Research shows that men are more likely to listen to other men and to be receptive to men's messages. So really raising awareness and motivating your male peers to be allies is some of the most important work that you can do. So to continue with that in mind, we'll narrow in on that 5th point from the formula of being a male ally. It's about spreading the word with other men. And the 2 foundational areas that you'll want to familiarize yourself with to raise awareness effectively would be around the many barriers that women face in politics, and secondly, about the many benefits of women's political leadership. So you can arm yourself with information to have at the ready for conversations and your everyday interactions. So next here, to focus on those barriers, we can expand on them a little bit and the consequences of them. We're well aware that in most societies, it's still the case that power, especially political power, is associated with traditional ideas of masculinity, which can sometimes marginalize or exclude women from political life. Institutions and cultures were built around the idea that men were the natural occupants of the political arena. And so over centuries, this has created all kinds of obstacles for women that continue to be reinforced, often unconsciously so. And you'll see listed here on the slide a handful of those obstacles. These are well documented at a global level, but also I wanted to mention that there's a Commonwealth Secretariat research report from 2018. It's called Women and Political Parties in 5 Small States of the Caribbean. It included St. Kitts and Nevis in its study and identified these as barriers as well. So I know you are aware of these, but we can look at a few scenarios to see how these barriers play out. It's likely familiar. And I just want to stress that none of this is uncommon in any of the countries Parliamericas works with. But male allies, especially those in leadership positions, find it very helpful to be able to quickly recognize these scenarios, and later we'll talk about how to interrupt them. So let's see what it looks like. You might be familiar with this being spoken over in meetings is our first scenario. So a recently elected woman politician is becoming increasingly frustrated at her male colleagues, talking over her in meetings and repeating her ideas as if they were her own. She complains to a senior male official about this, but he tells her not to be so sensitive and that she will have to fight to be listened to just as he had to. Now, numerous studies show that women are more frequently interrupted in meetings. They're perceived to be speaking more, even when they actually aren't. They're, as was mentioned earlier by one of the presenters, they're expected to take on tasks like making the coffee for the group, taking notes, which often ends up distracting from their meaningful participation. And so on this note, I wanted to highlight that in the Parl Gender Tools Toolkit, there's a handout called Strategies for Chairing Gender Inclusive Meetings. And so you can find all kinds of practical tips with recognition of these trends in mind and how you can prevent them. So the next barrier here is around work-family balance, which we've looked at already this morning. So the first scenario is because child or elder care responsibilities disproportionately fall on mothers, women party members are often unable to make some of the meetings, especially those in the early morning and late afternoon. So it's really helpful to think through the implications of that. And I want to point out that also on the flip side, the scenario you'll see at the bottom shows how this is also an issue for men and a harmful one. A male politician wants to spend more time with his young baby while his wife goes back to work, but he's told that it won't be possible because only women can take leave for childcare responsibilities. And as one of his male colleagues said, if you take time off for children, you will give the impression that you are under the control of your wife. Now, the next scenario that is possibly familiar to you is this idea of the quote unquote old boys club in politics. And that is this trend where there's an exchange of critical information, or maybe the decision making takes place in informal spaces where women might be less likely to be able to attend. So they're left out of important discussions. And this could be because men are possibly socializing after hours over drinks and venues, and at times that might not be as accessible to women, including for safety reasons. And again, this isn't always a conscious, but it can be an unconscious trend. And so recognizing it and looking out for it can go a long ways in preventing it. Next, we have gender biased media coverage. And so our scenario here is the campaign team of a young woman candidate notices that she faces a lot of public scrutiny that has nothing to do with her leadership abilities, her qualifications, or her policy plans. Journalists are always asking her questions about how will she juggle her family responsibilities. And on the flip side, that is never asked of the man who is her opponent in the race. Here's another scenario that that's been described already this morning, and that's pressure to emulate masculine ideas of leadership. And so our scenario here is a recently promoted woman who is a senior leader in her political party feels pressure to act like a man to be taken seriously. And she therefore feels inauthentic. It doesn't feel like her. She senses that many of the people in the office do not associate women with strong leadership. And our last example here is microaggressions. During the interventions that are delivered by women, colleagues decide to check their phones, read other materials, or they're more prone to interrupt. So this could even occur on the floor of Parliament. We've had speakers from Latin America and the Caribbean describe to us that from their vantage point at the front of the room, they're able to observe this trend, and it implies a disrespect that they're keen to prevent. So as I was saying, I just wanted to mention before we move on that this can often be very subtle. It's about the implication that women are not ready or equipped for political life, or that they're asking for too much. But taken all together, it creates an environment that is inhospitable for women's political participation on equal term with men. So quickly, we'll turn now to the benefits of women's leadership. And I know that these are likely familiar to you as well, but really the point here to stress is that there are many ways to demonstrate why women's equal participation in politics is so important, and sometimes it will depend on the audience you're talking to. We know that it's both the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, so it's fair, it's a matter of good democratic governance, and so of course, as 50% of the population, women should be 50% of our decision makers too. But you can also stress how it's the smart thing to do, because there's plenty of research that shows how gender diversity and fully capitalizing on women's talents improves business, strengthens economies, allows for development, etc. So I won't read through these points here because I'm alerted that we're a little behind on time, and so I'll speed up. But just to point out here that, again, in our toolkit, there's a handout you might be interested in. It's called Making the Case for Gender Equality. And you can reference this and you can pick and choose the evidence that's most useful in different circumstances based on who you're speaking with. So here's just a review of the formula we were looking at. And I'm going to move on through to some ideas of what male allyship looks like on the campaign trail. So now we can get a little more specific about male allyship in political life. Here are some ideas here. You can encourage women to run in elections, ask them several times, donate to their campaigns. They are often under-resourced. Make public statements in favor of gender equality. That can go a really long ways, that public support. Encourage the women in your life to see themselves as future leaders, be role models for boys and other men to likewise promote the leadership of women, especially young girls. You can mentor and support women candidates, connect them with your networks, ensure that your party is very proactive in running a gender balanced ticket. And lastly, look at the policies within the governance of your political party. Are they favorable to equitable leadership at the very top? And that's the important part there, the top governance structures. So the last thing I will leave you with is 4 tips for practicing allyship. And I want to offer them here because some of what I've just described are systemic, longer term things that we're all keen to advance, but we recognize that that'll take joint efforts. It's a long-term project, but there's so much that we can do simultaneously that doesn't take any preparation. We can get started right away. So the first one is apply the reversibility test. The second one is model inclusive language. The third one is to be an active bystander. And the fourth one is to connect with local and global initiatives. And I will expand very briefly on these. The first one here was the reversibility test. And what that is a rule that's been recommended for journalists covering political campaigns. And it helps to detect and omit gender stereotypes that could creep into reporting on women candidates. So for example, if you're describing a woman candidate's clothing or physical appearance or her family life as being included in a piece, they're prompted to think about, would that be done for a man in a similar circumstances? You simply flip the genders and you can ask yourself, would this language or would this framing that's being applied to a woman also be used for a man? And as a male ally, you can use this to test or raise your own awareness and encourage others to do the same. So don't mention her young children unless you find that you would have also done that with a male candidate. Don't describe her clothes unless you would have described his. Don't say that she's attractive unless the same adjectives would have been applied to a man. Don't say that, well, she's just out of school, but oh, he's a rising star. And I'm sure that you can think of other examples that show that the double standard or the inequality. The second tip is about modeling inclusive language. So this is about familiarizing yourself with inclusive communication practices. And this can seem inconsequential, things like eliminating words like chairman or mankind from your vocabulary, but truly language shapes the way we think, it shapes our behavior. And so this can be a really powerful way to be a leader in this area. And here on this slide are some examples. These are taken from a UE guide on non-sexist language. And so I'll just look at a couple of those. So it's really important, in formal meetings, pay attention to whether women are being addressed by their title and last name. Often there's this tendency to refer to women by their first name in a very casual way where their male counterparts are not. And that implies less disrespect. Eliminate any compliments that have sexist undertones at the root of them. You think just like a man, or you're pretty smart for a woman, those kinds of things. So like the citation there are many more examples and ideas for introducing that inclusive language. Next is about being an active bystander. And bystander intervention is one of the most effective practices to reduce violence against women, but it also can be incredibly powerful in contexts where any other form of gender discrimination is happening, including in political campaigning. So it's a method for men and for women as well to interrupt whatever the negative or the sexist action is, to remove the burden from the woman who was targeted by that discrimination from having to do that herself. So it's not to say that women can't and don't, so to speak, stand up for themselves all the time, but they're also doing so much else. And when they do speak out, often they're punished for it in the sense that they're seen as aggressive, or they would face other forms of pushback based on gender norms. So it's really helpful to take that on. And here there are just some examples of the types of things that you might want to think about interrupting as a bystander. So on the left column here are some refrains that are all too common. She's too emotional, she's too crazy, she's too irrational. The response to that could be, to sort of shut that down, is something like, well, we all experience emotions. Is there something about her experience that you disagree with? Or who's at home with the children? A possible response to that could be, well, there are multiple caregiving options available. I think it's safe to assume that she is using one of them. She and her husband are using one of them, perhaps. What can we discuss about her policy ideas instead? Another frequent one is, she just doesn't look like a candidate. And the response to that can be, well, by focusing on her appearance, I assume that you have no objection to what she's actually saying. So this can be a helpful way to bring the attention back to where it should be before, so that those double standards don't find themselves in. And lastly, she's too bossy. And a helpful response to that might be, well, would you have the same reaction if a man did the same thing? And here we're putting our reversibility test into practice, because we know that women are labeled as bossy when if a man said the same thing, it might probably just be considered being assertive, right? And so the very last tip, I am just wrapping up, is to connect with local and global initiatives. Now, there are lots of organizations and other resources, even in addition to the toolkit I mentioned, that I wanted to point out. You might be familiar with UN Women's He for She campaign. It's an initiative that asks men to commit to speaking out against gender discrimination. And there's even a new He for She at Home initiative that you can look for. And that's really paying attention to how men can take on more responsibilities within the household, recognizing that this is really piling up on women during the pandemic, and that this is a long-standing ingrained problem and could go a long way in equalizing gender norms. I also wanted to point out that the Men Engage Alliance has a regional representative. It's called the Caribbean Male Action Network, or CARIMAN. And so there's a regional branch of this alliance, and included in our toolkit, you can find a video by their founder, which I encourage you to watch. Yuli, I know you're well aware of the top scholars at the Institute for Gender and Development Studies and other departments that have lots of literature on these issues. White Ribbon focuses on working with men and boys to end gender violence specifically. And this last one here, MARC, Men Advocating Real Change, is an online community looking at gender diversity in the workplace very specifically. So I know we don't have any time here for discussion, but I wanted to thank you so much again for the opportunity to join this important forum. And I leave you here with the link to our toolkit again, how to access it. And please do email us if you have any questions. And if it's of interest, I'll also make sure that the presentation is shared with the organizers. Thank you again.
I was moving too slowly there. Oh, we just would like to begin by, of course, thanking Lizanne Fisk, Deputy Director for Gender Equality and Communication at Parles Americas. If we could give her a round of applause. And even though she said we don't have time for questions, we're going to take one or two quick ones, if that's possible. If anybody has a question, or if not, you could hold the question, if it's a general question, to the end of the next presentation. All right. So I'd like to take this opportunity also to welcome Dr. Janice Hodge, leader of the Nevis Reformation Party, who recently just joined us. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Hodge. Happy to have you. We just like to remind you of the things that we discussed for your questions. Lizanne spoke to us about male allies and the importance of recognizing privilege, being accountable to women and gender goals, supporting words with actions, and continually pursuing learning opportunities, as well as encouraging other men to be allies as well. She also accurately outlined our barriers in St. Kitts Nevis. She did not tell a lie. Come on now. After all, we are not the automatic minute takers. We are not the automatic minute takers, gentlemen in the room. It doesn't mean because there's a woman in the room, she has to take the notes. I'm just saying. Okay? They reminded us to, in addition to understanding our barriers, that male allies must also promote benefits. In practicing allyship, we should apply the reversibility tests, model inclusive language, be active bystanders, and also connect with local and global initiatives like He for She and the Men Engage Alliance. Do we have any questions from the floor for our learned presenter, Lizanne Thisk? No, no questions? Okay, so we'll take, if you have any questions during this presentation or you have something written down and you're just saving it, feel free to write it down in your notes and we can have them in the later presentation. So we thank Ms. Thisk for her contribution. Next in the program, we will be speaking with Ms. Jacinth Henry Martin. Great. So with Ms. Jacinth Henry Martin, on how to maximize the reach of your influencers and supporters for political success. For those of you who are not familiar with Jacinth, everybody really should know Jacinth Henry Martin, who's currently serving as advisor in the Office of Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of American States, or the OAS. She was our first federal female ambassador plenipotentiary and accredited to the United States of America. Between 2011 and 2015, she served concurrently as permanent representative to the OAS and also the Federation's non-resident ambassador to Mexico and Paraguay. She's the first female, to be elected to Parliament on the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party ticket, unseating then Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. As an experienced public speaker, storyteller, and spoken word artist, Jacinth holds an MA in Technical and Specialized Translation from the University of Westminster, is the mother of 3 adult sons, a seasoned performing artist, and author of anthologies of poems, including Dancing in Bondage and A Piece of My Mind. Welcome to the panel, to the presentation, Jacinth Henry Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair, Sister Naima Hazel. I also want to recognize Telka Daniel Wallace, who is the chair of the national chapter of CIWIL, and also to salute and to recognize all of the distinguished ministers and parliamentarians and my colleague presenters in today's forum. I greet you all participants and I thank you for being here. I'm just going to be, I think, brief. I understand that there are time constraints. I want to say that I'm Jacinth Henry Martin. I speak of Jacinth Henry Martin. In this particular instance, I want to be very clear that I am not speaking on behalf of the Organization of American States. That is one aspect of my participation that I have been asked to make very clear, as we are asked to do when we participate in our personal capacities. The basis of my presentation is going to be based on my own experience. I prefer to do that. I don't consider myself a politician who has been steeped in technology and stuff like that. So I'm going to base this on my experience, the lessons learned from having participated in 2 campaigns for elective office. And I'm going to speak about the good, the bad, and the ugly in this very limited way in which I can present it. This is Jacinth being Jacinth, talking off the top of my head in a powwow with persons who are clearly interested in democracy and seeing democracy work in a fair and balanced way with the participation of both males and females. And things have changed significantly since my time. I was elected in 2000, and we have quite a lot of water under the bridge since then. but we cannot remain stymied in strategies that have run their course, that need to be beefed up, that take us from the days, we have to move from the days of all male candidates to a fair and balanced gender representation in our parliaments. And someday, if productivity and results are ever the main yardstick by which we are judged when we enter politics, one day, we never know, we may have an all-female parliament. I know that this sounds pretty much impossible in the context, but we are the same people who have voted time and again for all male parliaments. And so think about that if you would. There have been, most of the times, all male parliaments in St. Kitts and Nevis, and very often in the rest of the Caribbean. And so while we think it would be completely anomalous to have an all-female parliament, you never know. The theme of the overall event is the joint political empowerment of women in St. Kitts and Nevis. But I have specifically been asked to speak on how to maximize the reach of your influencers and supporters for political success. I had a tremendously successful first campaign, and truth be told, in the second opportunity, I lost by just about 100 votes. That I'm not going to claim as not having been successful. We may not have won the constituency, but I am proud as a former parliamentarian that people still speak to this day about the type of campaign that I ran, about the level at which I was able to remain true to who I am, Jacinth Henry Martin. I tell people all the time, Jacinth is my name, I love it. I can be Jacinth Henry Martin, and people still refer to me by the all-inclusive Jacinth Henry Martin when they see me on the street. And I believe that my campaign was precisely that, honest in representation of who I am and in representation of my party, the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party, when I was running at that time. And so while to me we are speaking about how to get the best for political success, I'm going to say that sometimes when a campaign does not win you the gold medal, when you don't get the prize of having won the constituency, don't give up. Political success is an ongoing event. The end goal is always to remain relatable, present a convincing picture of knowledge of the issues, very important, especially in St. Kitts and Nevis. Be innately aware of the concerns of your community. Demonstrate capacity to deliver once elected. And very important in St. Kitts and Nevis, be brazen, undaunted, and unrelenting if you're a woman. When it comes to political success, the campaign never ends. If you're a woman in St. Kitts and Nevis, just as I imagine in the rest of the Caribbean, and I think the speaker who just preceded me mentioned this, you're going to be judged on several levels. To me, you have to be prepared to respond when it is a valid question. And I believe when they ask questions that we know they would not ask of men, then we give them an answer that probably a man would never be able to give. Because I heard, for example, the question being asked, what do you say when you say, who's looking after the kids? I think the answer to that is their father. Children have two parents, and expectations should not be inordinately placed on one over the other. Anyway, to get back to my topic, I want to share with you just a few points from my own experience in St. Kitts and Nevis. In terms of the how to maximize the reach of your influencers and supporters for political success topic, I want to start by saying, you are your primary influencer in selling who you are, in selling your image, your integrity, your passion, your delivery, your truth, whatever that truth is. Because the speaker before me spoke about the fact that women, and I think the one even before her, would be dragged through the mud if they do certain things. And in my own representation of what that means, a man would be lauded for the same thing. A man who has several women is considered the Don, the buck. It's the man, he's out there, he can do it. But a woman who may or may not find herself in that situation would be certainly solid on the political arena. But the truth is that you have to represent your truth. Do not be daunted. You may have to encounter, unfortunately, some of the negatives that were spoken about before me, but your truth is your truth. You claim it, you move forward, and you speak about your truth that you are going to bring to the game. You don't have to get in an argument with anybody. That was then, this is now. We're speaking about what I'm going to be able to do. So be your primary influencer with your humility, your availability, your sincerity, and your truth. Another issue I want to bring in choosing how to maximize your reach with your influencers is that you have to surround yourself with a circle that will represent your values, what you want to bring to the table. And you have to choose who will be the leaders, because a campaign has several persons who are involved. Who will be out front? Who will man the daily conversations? Who will be in charge of the social media groups, the radio talk shows? Who is going to have his or her ear to the streets? The squad. Men, women with relatable stories to tell across the rank and file. Whatever your truth is, you can have a circle of persons of various truths who can represent you, who can speak on your behalf, who can deliver from grassroots community sister friends, the everyday passionate man and woman who will get out there and valiantly defend the cause. Someone potentially in the boardrooms. Everyone in your circle has a story. Everyone has a circle that he or she must influence. So be broad-based in your thinking. Don't have everybody who's doing the exact same thing. Then you're only going to be successful in that area. You have to have a broad circle of brothers and sisters who are there with you. The other point I want to raise is to sharpen your capacity, not just to have persons out there speaking for you, but even more important than that is to sharpen your capacity to listen. Your surrogates, your people who are speaking on your behalf, the average man and woman on the street who has pledged his or her support for you, live where you don't live. They see what you don't see. Believe it or not, you may be the politician, but they know more about politics than you. I can tell you that from my personal experience. Value the circle. Know your community and appreciate the feedback for whatever it's worth. If someone has brought something to your attention, it is because he or she feels it is something you need to know about. Value the feedback. Next point, be honest with yourself. Trust your gut. Not everyone has your success at heart. That's a fact. People will tell you they support you. They will pledge their support to you to your face, but you have to understand that politics is business to some people. I will leave it at that. They may not all be there for you, but I think it is important for you to understand that you have to be there for all of them. And so in your deliberations, even when you acknowledge this reality, you have to be the bigger person. You have to think like a politician. You have to be smart. You have to know how to organize your responses to certain things, but you cannot escape the fact that not everybody is telling you the truth. The breadth of your surrogates, the persons who are out there speaking for you, defending you, promoting you, advancing your cause and that of your party, must be vast. You want to have young persons. Young people have access to all kinds of tools. They gather in large numbers on a daily basis. Some of them are still in high school who are eligible to vote. Some of them are in college. But you know something they all have? A cell phone. And between WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, the level at which they interact with each other is amazing. That's something I did not have when I was a candidate, but it is a remarkable tool in the hands of a cross-section of the public. But I think more than anything else, it is a tool that is in constant use by young people. So you must have young persons, you must have middle-aged persons, maybe, I don't know if this is considered middle-aged, but I'm gonna say 40s up to maybe 55. They too have a desire to see improvement in their communities. They have children who they want to have jobs. They want educational opportunities to flourish. They want a house. They want life. They want the issues to be thoroughly and fairly and broadly discussed. Keep them in your circles. Have them as your surrogates. And then you have seniors. They have peculiar concerns. Health would be primary among them. But they also have grandchildren. And so they have the same kinds of concerns that the other age groups would have because they want the best for their children and their grandchildren. And then you have other groupings that you have to have. You have to have a couple of geeks. You know, geeks have their own rhythm. They know how to fix computers and they can tell you everything about setting technological stuff and they can get in there and help you to monitor who's trying to breach your security, you know, technological stuff. You need a couple of geeks. You need a couple of fashionistas. And you need the regular guy who is maybe not out there, but when he speaks, he's a senior, quiet gentleman, doesn't say much, but when he speaks, people listen. And so I would say you need across the board representation in terms of the surrogates that you have speaking out there on your behalf. I mentioned social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You need to dedicate persons to those platforms. You get the word out, not only in your immediate circle, but everyone is on Facebook. There are several Facebook groups. So persons may not necessarily be going on to look at, I don't know who did what that day, but they may be part of a Facebook group that addresses political issues or just societal issues. And so you need the Facebook, you need the Twitter, and you need Instagram and any other platform that younger persons than me would know about. I say all of that because we are in the game of politics to win. Nobody enters saying, well, I'm just gonna go up there and lose. I ran against the leader of the opposition and I thought I could win. And so if I could run against the leader of the opposition who had been in parliament for over 20 years and think that I could win, imagine for somebody who is in a constituency that is not a stronghold of any kind. It's up for grabs. So you enter hoping to win, working towards winning, and intending to win. But we want to win not just for ourselves. We want to win for our constituencies, and we also want to bring home the first past the post election results for our political parties. Because when all is said and done, you want to win, but you don't want to be the only person in your party to win. You want to ensure that you are part of the winning group that will form the government, whether it's the local government or the federal government or the national government in the case of countries that don't have a setup like we have. What you want to do is to be part of that winning team. And so you are not just taking a message of your own capacity to lead in the constituency. You also have to take the message of what your party has to offer for the general good, not just of your constituency, but of all the constituencies that form part of the election scenario. But there is another goal that we should not lose sight of, and that is maintaining a history for yourself and your party of telling it like it is, calling a spade, presenting the issues, and holding on to principle. I think that part of that requires, as a strategy for you and your surrogates who will speak on your behalf, to have candor, speak honestly, be frank. You must be reliable. Don't tell people you're going to meet them and then you don't show up, or, have a long talk with somebody and then the person, get back to the person, you said, oh, I was just talking to him. I wasn't there. He didn't even take it. He on. So you must be reliable. What you say, you mean. And you must demonstrate a capacity for solid judgment. It's going to come in handy during the campaign, post-campaign, and certainly if you are elected to government. In maximizing the reach of your influencers and supporters towards political success, the surrogates you choose to speak on your behalf must reflect your values and those of your party when they speak. After the win, or unfortunately, as is a reality, after the loss, you still have a job to do. If you are going to remain in politics and be the leader that you are already demonstrating you are, because you are attempting to reflect democracy at work, you have to stay in touch. All politics is local, meaning community-based. There is nothing worse than the perfectly, absolutely right candidate and the right message being advanced and transmitted by the perfectly, absolutely wrong influencer or supporter. I think in St. Kitts and Nevis, and certainly in the Caribbean, and in the United States where I am and I'm working, we've seen a lot of that recently. You have a fantastic message, but the wrong person is delivering it. And so people don't want to hear. They either turn off their TVs, or turn off mentally when you appear on any platform. And so don't try to sell a fantastic package wrapped in paper that is dirty, that is solid, that has no attraction for persons who you want to buy it. And so your message must be taken forward by persons who are speaking with authority, with candor, with truth, with honesty in advancing your candidacy. And the next almost final thing that I want to mention is this. We have to be flexible. We don't know it all. We may be running in politics, but we definitely do not know it all. So be open, be receptive, implement best practices. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you look and you see what has gone wrong in a different case, and you know, like, oh Lord, no, I would never. So learn from other person's mistakes, implement best practices. Apart from the mistakes, learn from fantastic ideas that have worked for others. I listened to a couple of speakers before me, and they mentioned the fact that women have always been at the forefront in politics. In St. Kitts and Nevis, I've said all the time, and I think it applies across the region. No man can win in St. Kitts and Nevis unless women in their numbers come out to support them. It's beyond support. Women have traditionally in St. Kitts and Nevis led in politics from behind. We are the grassroots organizers. We, as we say in St. Kitts, we harp on it. I mean, we talk about a party that we support all the time, to our husbands, to our sons, to our daughters, to people at work. We are the engines and the engine rooms where all the strategies really are born. And so be mindful of that, not only as we seek to advance the candidates that we choose to support, but when we become candidates ourselves. And so I'm going to close by saying that I wish to the women there, and I say good luck to the men. I wish you all your best, sisters, in your quest to be fully participatory in the building and strengthening of our democracies in St. Kitts and Nevis, in the Caribbean, and in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Put your hands together again for Miss Jacinth Henry Martin. Jacinth was awesome, and she spoke about how honest we should be in representing who we are and selling ourselves, being our own primary influencers, how we should not be dissuaded by not winning, actually said just like that, at our first efforts, but keep doing the work because the campaign never ends. And that as women, we must be brazen, undaunted, and unrelenting. And all politics is community-based. I liked when she spoke about responding to valid questions with answers only we can give as women, and surrounding ourselves with a circle of people with aligned values who will be leaders in a cross-section of areas. Build your squad and make sure it's broad. And most importantly, not everyone has your success at heart. I heard some in every party. Every party and every in this room knows, not everybody's going to have your success at heart in life and in politics. But understand that you still have to be there for those people. Not everyone will tell you the truth. But we must sharpen our capacities to listen to feedback and value the feedback, not just listen to our yes men and women, and to be open, receptive, and implement best practices. Remember always to enter hoping and working and intending to win, not just for yourself, but for the rest of your party and for all women, because we have to remember that whatever we have to offer should be for the general good. So demonstrate leadership and capacity for solid judgment and truth for candor in advancing your candidacy and your mandates. Excellent. Jacinth Henry Martin. A round of applause for her again. Go ahead.
So ladies and gentlemen, I know that we have a lot to say, a lot of questions, a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts. As our chair said, we heard a lot of mm-hms in the room. We do have one final presentation that we would like to go through before we open up for a real talk and a real forum for discussion and questions. So I'll turn it to our chair to introduce our next presentation, but please know the questions are indeed coming.
Writing them down. Remember, we're going to be what kind of students we're going to be today? Good students. Okay, our next speaker, we're actually not running off of schedule. We did start a little bit late, but we are right back on schedule. So our next speaker, the Honorable Emmeline Pierre, is the Minister of Education, in Grenada. She served in the Senate of Grenada for 5 years and is long active in youth development, my favorite area. She served as the country's Minister for Youth Development during her time as a senator and stood as a candidate in the July 2008 elections, but was defeated by a mere 30 votes. That's a tough one. In February 2013, Pierre once again faced the polls, defeating her rival by 795 votes, which supports just what Justin said. Even when you don't win, just come right back. She was sworn in on the 3rd of March 2013 as Grenada's Minister of Youth, and she is the first female Minister of Sport. The Honorable Emmeline Pierre retained her seat in the 2018 Grenada election and serves as Minister of Youth, Sports, and Ecclesiastical Affairs, as well as her parliamentary representative, of course. She has a deep passion and commitment for youth empowerment, and her early participation in civic institutions such as the 4-H Girl Guides, Red Cross, the Catholic Youth Movement, School Debating Club, School Student Council, etc., attest to the strong leadership that she's demonstrated over the years. She is a proud mother of 3. Please welcome to present the Honorable Emmeline Pierre. Oh, while we're working on the technical, we could take some questions. Does anybody have any questions from any of the presentations so far? So far this afternoon, we have heard from Lizanne Fisk on Men as Allies, and then just now from Jacinth Henry Martin on how to maximize the reach of your influencers and supporters for political success. Yes. Coming with the microphone. She's coming.
Good afternoon, all. Can we go way back?
Yeah, you can go way back. You can go where you like.
I had this question for, I think it was the lady from Grenada? Gopal.
Gopal? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She alluded to the fact that women should support women, which I agree to. But we do support each other. What I find, though, is that sometimes the persons we are supporting, they're not strong enough, or they don't realize the volume of the support that they do have. Sometimes I think, too, sometimes our women, I say this at the risk of being
no risk. This is a judgment-free room.
Sometimes I think that we come off as a bit abrasive and in the mood to fight. Sometimes everybody don't need that. You have to use different strokes for different folks. It's not every time that somebody says something adverse to you or about you that they hate you. Sometimes it's something they see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes it's support, because if I don't like you and I don't care about you, I wouldn't say anything to you or about you. I'll just pretend as if I didn't hear you or I don't see you. But it's because I think that I might be able to help you in some way that I might say something to you. You see, not all criticism is negative, and not all criticism is positive either.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to learn to listen to people. That is for the first part. For the Honorable, well, still in the old school, for Jacinth Henry Martin, I would just like to commend her because she's still full of steam.
She sure is.
Yeah, and she sounds like she could go again.
She's like, no. Somewhere she's like, no.
Yeah, but you know, she still has vigor, which means that it doesn't matter your age. Everybody has something to contribute. I hear people chatting about women being too old. They don't say it for the men. It's not the men who say the women too old. It's the women saying that our counterparts are too old. With age comes experience and good experience. And we have seen things that the younger ones don't see. And we can also help to mold the younger women. We are talking about Africa a lot. And that's the way it works. The older wives mold the younger wives to be better wives. And so it's an all-inclusive thing, and we just have to learn to tolerate each other and don't be afraid to say yes when somebody makes a good point. That's my humble contribution.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment? I actually think you tied a lot of those in together with your comment. That was actually a lot of what everybody said today. And in terms of us encouraging each other and receiving criticism. You know, and when we look at the reversibility test, how well do we receive criticism, you know? So when we say, oh, what if it was a man? Well, how well do they receive criticism? Doesn't mean we should receive it poorly. It means we should aim to be better, that we should be able to receive it. And of course, we received a lot of criticism as women. We have experience. You know, like they say, David and the bear. David knew how to deal with Goliath because he'd already been fighting the bear and the lion. Well, if you've been fighting the bear and the lion, then you should really know when you deal with your Goliath. Sometimes small is powerful. Mm-hmm. No other questions yet? Yes? Of course you are, Joy.
All right, good morning or good afternoon again, everyone. I do have a question or a comment, and I suppose it's directed to I guess I can still say Honorable Jacinth Henry Martin, but also to, I guess, members here in the room as well. My question is with regard to the strength of our alliances as women. The commenter earlier, just before me, would have spoken about this sort of divide and conquer mentality that does exist. And so my question really is in terms of the strength of women's alliance to their party, as opposed to women's allegiance to the cause of forwarding women. And I know we have representatives here from across the political divide who, you know, are working together. So how do you manage your allegiances, is my question.
Yes? Did you hear? She's on? Okay, I actually really love that question. I want you guys to be left with it. How do we manage our allegiances? Because if we look around the room, we have women and men from representing all the political parties. But, you know, and our interests, we have, while we may be from different parties, we have common interests. How do we manage our allegiances for the common good? So let us think about that in our discussion as we go to Honorable Emmeline Pierre, who will be speaking to us about how to develop and articulate a winning strategy.
Okay, thank you so very much. And I want to say, you know, it's really a pleasure for me. I want to thank you for this invitation. I'm very mindful that time is an issue, and so I want to just speed through this and try to accommodate a couple questions. Should you have any? My suggestion is, because we are so limited with time, during the very, very brief presentation, should you have any questions, if you want to advance them in the, oh, I forgot, you're not all on Zoom, so that would not be applicable. So I would try to get through as quickly as possible to accommodate a couple questions. When I was asked to do a very brief presentation on how to develop strategies and to articulate them, and it specifically said a winning strategy, I thought to myself, not very often we think of the importance of strategy, particularly in Caribbean politics. We tend to jump into things, you know, we get excited and we just want to do things. And that applies across the board in whatever aspect of our lives. Generally speaking, we have a way sometimes of not valuing planning, not ensuring that we have things down to a T, documented on paper. And I really want to applaud the organizers for valuing the importance, highlighting the importance of strategy and the role that strategy plays in success. So I want to just basically highlight a few things that would have us thinking of where we are and have us thinking, is it that we need to go back a bit, step back a bit, reconsider how are we going to go forward on the basis of where we are right now, right? And so I want us to just highlight a bit, what do we speak about when we speak about strategy? And in essence, in a couple words, we basically are speaking about how do you get to your goals. So if your goal is to be successful, if your goal is to win, then strategy would now tell us how we're going to get there, how we're going to achieve that. And you might be very surprised, some people never think about that. They just want to win and that's it. What makes a good strategy? Now, very important is that we understand our environment. In what context do we exist? What is around us? What are the things that we need to pay attention to, right? And if we look at the pest analysis, we want to look at the political, we want to look at the economic, we want to look at the social, we want to look at the technological. And nowadays, I believe technological would be far more relevant far more relevant. And maybe if I said this a couple of years ago, I would say far more relevant. But today with COVID-19, we cannot underestimate the importance of the T. I think many years ago, the T might not have been given the same value as it will be given now in a COVID context. So we want to analyze the environment. We want to make sure that is done properly. And we want to collect sufficient data that is accurate to inform that strategy. We want to analyze the organization. And so we want to make sure that we accurately capture data that tells us about its strengths, its weaknesses, its opportunities, and the threats that are out there as it relates, or in there, as it relates to that organization. Very critical, looking internally and externally. So before we start talking about winning, and this does not just apply to the context in which we are meeting today, it applies to so many other things in life. Before we talk about winning, before we talk about accomplishing the goal, getting to that point that we would call success, we want to analyze. We want to analyze our competitor, and that might be some of the threats that we speak about. We want to analyze and we want to know, what are we up against? What are we dealing with? What are our chances, right? And maybe at this stage, we might make certain conclusions. But those conclusions, which would now be the strategy, must now link back to our mission and vision. And I've been to sessions where I ask people, what is your mission? What is your vision? And they appear lost. I suspect this would be nobody in this room or nobody to the hearing of my voice, that everyone knows what their mission is, what their vision is, and I'm speaking now about the organization that you represent, that is very clear, crystal clear, what the mission is, what is the vision. Because guess what, if you don't have a mission, if you don't have a vision, if those are not clear, then we probably should not yet be talking strategy, right? And if your organization does have a mission and vision and you don't know it, then we still have a problem, right? Then you want to show how those objectives, or the objective that you set, how will that be met? So just stepping back there, we're looking at what makes a good strategy, what comprises of a good strategy, right? And then we speak about developing the strategy. So it's similar to policies that government and organizations would develop. And unfortunately, sometimes we think it is okay to sit in a room, sit in an office, all by myself, do some research on the internet and come up with a policy that we are now supposed to implement. And we know what happens to policies like those. It is the same thing as it relates to strategy. People who think are intellectually, sound and they've been there, they've think it's okay to just sit in a room, come up with a strategy, and that is going to bring us to victory. Now, I want to suggest those 5 things on the slide that are extremely important when we speak about developing strategy. The first one is wide consultation. Let us brainstorm. Every idea is a great idea. Doesn't mean that you're going to take every idea, but it is important for everyone to have a part. So the entire organization, let us sit, let us talk, let us discuss. What is it that we are dealing with? What is it that we want to achieve? Where do we want to go? How do we want to go there? Do you have any idea? Do we go up? Do we go down? What do you suggest? What ideas do you have? So we engage people, right? And so in engaging persons, you get a wide range of ideas, wide range of feedback coming from ordinary people as well as people that we sometimes inaccurately deem to be not ordinary. We need to speak to those so-called experts, people who have been there, done that, and they may have experiences they want to share, knowledge and information that they want to share. That's okay. But guess what? The guys on the block, the people out in the community, the people who probably may not be able to put it in proper English, they too are also very important to the process. Engaging key stakeholders. So if we're speaking about the national pictures, we probably want to visualize what are the sectors, who are the people, how do I engage them? How do I ensure that their views and their opinions and their wishes are captured in the formulation of the strategy? And then we want to go into not just having a beautiful strategy, but it must be one that clearly develops action. Because a strategy really want to take you to the next step, which is to do action. And so those must also be clearly captured coming out from that strategy. And I like to add that when that process, however long or short that process is, it must wind down to persons who put all of the flesh together, who put together all of those ideas, and who use those ideas to formulate that final strategy. Why a few persons? Everyone would want to ensure that their strategy is protected. If everyone knows your strategy, highly likely you'll be easily defeated, right? And so you must now know who are those persons who would have the information as to details of the strategy. Then that strategy needs to be articulated. And so the main people who are involved in the process of implementing that strategy need to now know what that strategy is. How do you articulate it? Who do you use? Do you use the laziest person on the team, the person who is not very good at expressing themselves, to be the person to articulate that strategy, which is supposed to motivate people, to make people think that the goal is achievable? Do you use any and everybody, or you also strategize in articulating that strategy? So it's very important that the mission, right? Going back to the mission, that the mission is shared widely, that people know, what are we trying to do? What is the objective? Why are we even here? People must know why. And there must be purpose in that, right? When that is accomplished, so all of those prerequisites, then you want to make sure that the strategy fits tightly within that context. You want to make sure the strategy is clear. You want to make sure the strategy motivates. You want to make sure it's realistic, that people think, yeah, that's possible. So if my strategy is to get every single person in ThinkIt to support my political organization, then I would say that's not really realistic. That would be my view. You may think that I'm wrong, that one political party can get every single person in St. Kitts to vote for that party. We might disagree there. So I would call that unrealistic. So, what is realistic about that strategy? When people read or people hear the strategy, would they be motivated or would they think, oh Lord, well, we can give up right now because there's no way we can achieve this, right? So when you articulate that strategy, it must not only motivate people, get them excited, but it must make them feel that it's realistic and they must see their role within that strategy as well. They must feel that there's something in there for me. It speaks to me directly. But before we get to winning, and we may think we have a beautiful strategy, wonderful, well thought out, we consulted and we have everything in place. But I want to bring us back a little because the strategy is one thing. You might be able to sell the strategy, and the strategy speaks to winning. But many people would be concerned after you win, what? Right? And that is why it's so important that we have a process that leads to strategy. So we must know the vision. What is the big picture? Right? What do we really want to achieve? Is the vision to win? Or is the vision, for example, to make better the lives of people? What is the vision? Is it for us to get, prestige and position and feel powerful and, that's it? Or there's a bigger picture behind the vision? It is about people or it's about us? What is it? What is the vision? Then we must articulate clearly the mission, that general statement of the how. So we know we want to do this. How are we going to do it? Right? How will we achieve that vision? The core values are all important too. How would we conduct ourselves? And I'm happy to say this in the context of women because I get very uncomfortable sometimes of how we conduct ourselves because we share different views politically. That's another story. So how do we behave during that process? We must establish that before we even get to strategy. And then comes the strategy. What are the ways we're going to use the mission statement to be able to achieve the vision statement? We must know our goals because we can have the strategies. If we don't break that down into specific achievable goals, right? What are those general statements of what needs to be accomplished? And then we go further into objectives, ensuring that we have the specific milestones, ensuring that we have the timeline, that we know who is going to do what, because I promise you, if we don't, then we would just have a good strategy. And that needs to be broken down further into an action plan, specific implementation plan of how are we going to achieve that. The details need to be captured there. And so I'm saying to you, I'm humbly submitting to you this afternoon, it is a good idea, excellent idea, to have a strategic plan. It is a good idea to know how you want to achieve what you want to achieve. How do you want to be successful? But very important, I want to encourage us, the whole process of planning, the whole process of sitting and putting things together, that bears a lot of fruits. It bears a lot of fruits because there's clarity for everyone, there's direction for everyone, and bet your bottom dollar, it's going to pay off in the long run when we are able to plan well, organize well, and it starts on paper. It starts in that small room where we put things together. We don't just get excited and run and start knocking doors and, think because everyone knows me, I'm very popular, I have a good reputation. That alone will not cut it. Strategy is important. And so, mindful of the time, I want to pause here. Should question, and I would be happy if there's additional time to further expand on.
Thank you, Honorable Emmeline Pierre. If we could put our hands together for her, who spoke to us today on how to develop and articulate a winning strategy. We thank her for her notes on strategy being the most important factor in reaching our goals and ultimately winning, noting our environment, organization, competition, connecting our mission, vision, and objectives to ensure they are producing outcomes, and the importance of consulting widely, engaging key stakeholders, and developing actionable plans, strategic plans having a clear mission, vision, clear and core values. Thank her again. But opening up now, I think we're ready to open up. That actually ends our formal presentations, but we will be opening up the floor for questions, as we said we would, from this presentation or any of the previous presentations. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. You can give us your name and then your question.
My name is Janet Nisbet Meloni. I sit here and I listen to all these great presentations, but I must ask, I'm being practical here. Now we're talking about strategy, but just recently I was told by a member of a particular party that they may not have won the election because of the money culture that has creeped into our politics. Now, how do you mitigate against the money culture? You can be a very well candidate, being well for the community, but you may not have the money to pay for people to vote. So how do you mitigate against that when even vulnerable women fall prey to that you're poor, you're vulnerable, you're not working, and a politician come and offer you a fridge, a stove, some money to buy food, and that is in return that you vote for that person, whether or not you think that that person is good for the country. Because what I'm seeing now of recent days is that the party that has more money may very well win the election. So women come in, how do women come up against that culture when they might be the one that may not have the money?
Emmeline, are you there? She's not there?
Yes, I am.
Yes,
okay.
There we go.
So very interesting question, and I like to say this, and mind you, I might be expressing a view that might not be necessarily one that's common, because people come up with many different reasons why they lost, and including that one that was just expressed. I would just give you my own personal view on that. Now, and maybe I'll give my answer from my own personal experience. So I ran, very first election I ran, 2008. And I always share the story, I lost by 30 votes. And until today, I listen my prime minister, my political leader, other people that's associated to me politically, and they openly and very easily express that I lost the election because of certain things that happened on the day. Now, I have never brought myself to be able to repeat that, and I never will. Now, I take full responsibility and accountability for what happened in terms of my victory or my failure. I won 2 elections after that, lost by 30 votes. The following election lost by won by over 800, and the election after that won by over 1,000. What I did the night of that election was to accept that if I worked harder, if I did things slightly differently, I could have probably won that election. As a matter of fact, I brought myself to count the number of persons who supports me or supported me then, who did not even vote on that day. I'm not saying that a person who feels differently is wrong, but I'm saying this is the way I look at it, right? So immediately after my reflection that night, I went to paper and I started planning and strategizing What am I going to do differently? Right? So if a person decides that they're going to reduce themselves to buying a vote, okay, no problem. You can choose to do that. I'm not going to, and you notice I made reference earlier to what are our core values. At the end of the day, there are some things that we may think they don't matter, but you might be amazed how eventually they will. So I took full responsibility, did the work. The next day I started, and I said to people, my campaign starts the day after the last election. And so I would encourage you, while all of those things may or may not be true, I don't know, what I'm going to say to you is place your focus on preparation, place your focus on your candidate, place your focus on being the best that you can be. And that would be my response.
Thank you.
Anybody else have something they'd like to add? Because that was an excellent question. It was a very good one.
I would like to
Over
add
here.
something to the answer that was just given.
Forgot you guys are all still there. This technology. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I support what the colleague sister just said, the Honorable Minister of Grenada, but I also want to add to that education for the electorate. Because an electorate or constituents who are prepared to give up 5 years potentially of heartache for one asset, whether it's money or furniture or, I don't know, appliance, I know what it is. They're not seeing the picture. Because why are you going to give up potentially 5 years for one fridge? What are you going to put in it? And so we have to educate our constituents that they are voting not for one day. When people speak to me about the question that was just asked, I generally, because I use humor a lot, I say, well, maybe I would understand it if it were for a day. But if you get, let's just be ridiculous, $100 or even $1,000, it's finished that month. You have 59 other months potentially to go. And so we have to educate our constituents to the bigger picture and to the laundry list of issues that they are prepared to ignore when they are bought, because that is the term we need to be using for what was just described. That's my input.
And can I just, I didn't want to add to what my sister said, and that is why I said earlier, the next day we must start the work, because to accomplish this, we need to get on the ground immediately after. Sitting and trying to think about who did and who didn't and what they, we're wasting a lot of time. Let's just get the work done. I totally agree with her. Education is key, but to educate, you need time. And so if we wait for a year before the next one, then we would not have been able to accomplish. So I totally agree.
That's some good responses. You had something to share? Mm-hmm. Your name?
It's probably afternoon now, yes. Good afternoon, JD Keynes. Thank you for inviting me. This was a very good forum. Well, they normally are. I had a comment, not a question. I don't remember at what point I wrote it down, so I'm not sure who the presenter was when I wrote it. However, it has to do with silence in society. You know, a lot of people would have spoken prior to me. And, you know, we have these nice forums and we talk and we say, oh, we need more women in leadership and we need more women up there on the political stage. And, you know, we say all these nice things because it sounds nice. It sounds nice, but what are we doing to make sure that this happens? And for me, my issue is not so much so that, okay, yes, we need more women out there, or gender balance. Yes, because definitely all of that is important to me. But my comment rather right now has to do with the silence. And I say that because we are friends, we are colleagues, we sit close to, we we are associates of people, male or female, who make these comments and who do these things to attack us, the same people who we are trying to push, and we say nothing. We are silent. You understand? And that is something that bothers me, because it's all good to come here and talk and say, yes, this is what we need, and women need to support women. But when you hear them bashing the woman, what do? Me not talk, but because you know, be not talk to me. When you hear them bashing, it could be the men too, because I don't agree with it across the board. Me not say nothing, but because me not want to lose my work. These are the kind of things I have a problem with, because you can't expect change if you are not willing to be part of the change. We can't expect to have this dynamism. We can't expect to have this progressive society, this society of reformation, this society of gender balance, this society of fairness and equality, if we continue to remain silent on the issues that affect us. And I really hope that we start to look internally, because sometimes we are the problem. You see, me, I like to say, but if 10,000 people are telling me the same thing, maybe I should sit back and, some introspection. But wait, I wonder if it's me, because everybody can't be wrong, right? But, well, everybody's not normally wrong. Let me turn that around. But I'm just saying, we really need to come away from this. I'm not saying you have to be loud like me, because I'm very loud and proud. I'm not saying you have to be loud like me in your dismissal of this kind of behavior. You don't have to. But it is not right, and we cannot continue to preach this gospel, and we are not doing the things that we want to see. That's my contribution.
Thank you. So I would hear what you're saying is that just like we're talking about male allies, that sometimes as women we need to apply some of those examples she gave as male allies to each other and how we treat each other. And it's easy for us, as you're saying, for us to come to forums and sit down and talk. But this forum itself, even CWIL itself, is an example of us trying to move past that. And we can't say that we're going to be the best at first, but we have to be better. So even if individually we as women just choose for you as yourself, taking personal accountability, you're not going to chat other women. You're not going to be rough with other women. When you're rough, you're going to be accountable. You're going to be sorry. If I rough up Telka, sorry, I roughed you up the other day. We say sorry to each other. We apologize. We hear our colleagues talking about other women and we stop them. We had these challenges. You have these challenges in every group. We've had them in this organization. It's not the problem itself. It's that we're so settled in the problem. Oh, that's just the way it is. Oh, people will always talk about people. Oh, you know how it be. Oh, I don't want to lose my work. Oh, you heard. But we have to decide to be, not to be cliche, the change that we want to see. So if each of us sit in this room, nobody would disagree that if they wanted to run for politics, they wouldn't want women to attack them. They would think women would be their allies. So be what you want. Be women's allies. And not just in the political forum or decision-making forums, in every day. When you hear people saying negative things about women, sexual things about women, derogatory things about women, don't join in like, yeah, I heard that about her. She just takes so much, man. Because that's what we'll do. So we have to really, I think that, I love your question, and I think that as a solution, we need to begin by checking ourselves. That's my opinion. And I have the mic, so I get to say it. Ha. Somebody else has a comment. I hear it. I love the grumbling. Grumbling means you have an opinion. And when women attack men. So give me an example.
I'm sorry, but somehow I'm not able to hear.
It's on another
Are
mic.
you hearing now?
Now, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So someone raised a comment as it relates to women attacking men. So I can't speak for everybody, right? But I'm saying if you focus on the issue, then it's not an attack. But if you focus on the person, then it becomes an attack. And, you know, the comment about women need to stop playing victims. Now, if you say something about me personally, well, who is the victim? That doesn't necessarily mean that I am going to put it on my, carry the burden on my shoulder. And that doesn't mean that I shouldn't continue to work. But, I mean, we use this term loosely that we need to stop playing the victim. It's not a matter of playing the victim. It's a matter of calling you out when you're wrong and then saying, this is what we need to do to go forward. You see, me, I play no victim for nothing. Even if I am the victim, I accept that, yes, this hurt me. I am the victim in this, but I move forward. It's not, I don't like this talk or this notion that we want to push sometimes where we feel like, you know, women are looking for handouts. Yes, that women are looking for handouts. Women are looking for people to you know, baby them and make them feel like, oh, I know it's hard. It's not that. We are saying put us on level the playing field. The same things you would say about the men, the same questions you would ask the men, ask the women. If you were not going to ask me that if I wasn't a man, if you were not going to ask me that if I were a man, then don't ask me that if I'm a woman. You understand what I'm saying? Dr. Justin Henry Martin raised the comment about, well, who's looking after the children? And I like that. I smiled. The father. How come nobody asks who, when a man wants to come into politics, nobody asks, well, who can take care of the children? Then maybe we need to check the level of impact that our men, or influence that our men are having on their children. Because if you could be so free that you have all the time in the world for politics and for leadership, that you don't need to worry about the children because the children are going to take care of them, then why is it that we are questioning what's going to happen to the children when the women come forward? Then check the men. Talk to them about their influence in their children's lives.
That would require an index. That was a suggestion. Mr. Isaac would say we need an index to measure that,
I have two suggestions in response to the question that was just
Okay,
raised.
go ahead.
One is, it always comes back to education. I firmly believe, I'm in no position to implement any such initiative, but I firmly believe that in the schools, we need to start teaching civics again, starting from kindergarten up to sixth form, where we inform, because it is a lesson that they have to learn, our students, that boys and girls have a role in optimizing our democracy. Not just boys, women and men, boys and girls have a role to play in making us the best that we can be. I believe we need to start teaching elements of the constitution of our countries in ways that are digestible, depending on where you are. If you're in kindergarten, you get the kindergarten version of it. If you are in grade 1, up to sixth form. In fact, maybe it could be a continuation. You teach one aspect of it in kindergarten, then when you go to grade 1, you build on that, because that is what happens with everything else. French, Spanish, you don't teach the same thing over and over again. You build on what would have been taught in the year prior. There is room for civics that presents civic duty and responsibility. People think they just need to get. We have role as citizens in giving. We have to contribute to the growth of our societies and to the growth of our democracies. The other thing was in response to what was just said by Ms. Keynes, and I said that women need to give answers that only women could give. Since men think they could ask us any old thing, we give them an answer that they want an answer from a woman, we give them an answer from a woman. But it's one that they can't compete with us in. They can't deny. We give them an answer. Another question is to, why are you running in politics? You're a woman. You need to be. I have someone looking after them at present because I'm about looking after their future. That's what we do as women. We have to give them an answer that a man would never give. And so we have to stockpile our answers. They must be reflective of who we are, of course, and they must be the truth. And they must present our values. But we have to think of answers that hit right at the point. Someone is looking after them tonight because my business is about ensuring their future. What are they going to say? What's the rebuttal to that? I not only am looking about what they're doing today, I'm looking about what they need to do tomorrow. And that's my answer. And you move on. Not the answer they expect. A strong answer from a woman that is factual, that is direct, it answers the question, and it moves on. My 2 cents. I am getting a little carried away. I'm very passionate about this thing.
Can I just add one thing as well to the issue of education? And I can't disagree at all with my sister on this, especially being Minister for Education here. We have so much work to do in our education system across the region. The CARICOM and the OECS has been working together on what is that ideal CARICOM citizen, but we have to take it down the road into our respective classrooms of how are we shaping that child that we want to present to the world, in terms of their respect for women, their respect for men, their respect for everyone, so I totally agree. But I also want to add something to that from another perspective, which is the role that we as...
One woman says it to him, you don't say, oh, don't study she just sensitive. You support other women, so that's important as well. Go ahead, the gentleman in the back, in the beautiful pink shirt. I like it.
Thank you. I love pink as well.
Real men wear pink. Mm-hmm.
Rohan Isles, quite a bit I have taken in this afternoon, and I'm going to try to just generally speak on certain things, and forgive me if I'm not attaching anything to anyone.
Okay, we'll take it.
It is lipstick, or it was lipstick and mascara, why I'm here today. It is lipstick and mascara that leads our primary school in Nevis. It is lipstick and mascara that does so many things around the world that grant unto us an opportunity to move in a direction that calls all of us to go. Sometimes when people make statements, you have got to flip it and take what was intended in it, out of it. At the same time, holding them accountable for what they said. The problem I have observed, and with respect to the good lady, I sense a fear to challenge. And I've been there. A fear to challenge because you don't want to face certain things in your life. You don't want people to say certain things about you and call you out and do all kind of things. If women in politics is going to be successful, you have got to get beyond the fear to challenge. And it doesn't matter who it is. When Premier Mara Brantley makes a statement that to some may be funny, to others it's not. My grandmother used to say, Wamante could draw crapo, like for something else. You stone crap and you laugh, kiki, and then tutus the cracker turn over dead. We have got to get to the point where we are not afraid to challenge. Premier Mara Brantley, and I say Premier Mara Brantley because that's his name, but Premier, any Premier, should find it reprehensible in a political sense to gain points, to refer to people or call them out of character because you're on the opposition side. I thought he was speaking about my good friend, the Minister Hazel Brandy Williams. Lipstick and mascara, probably the hardest working minister in government. Let me take off the probably. The hardest working minister in government. We have spoken a lot about women in politics, and women in politics is going to face a challenge that is politics itself. Men are going to say a whole heap of things about women. Women are going to say the same or even worse. As Singing Sandra says, women, your worst enemy. You know what makes the difference? The support that is being given. Because my learned friend Creos may be saying some not so nice things about the lady senator. The gentleman there supports Creos. So he has absolutely no problem with what is being said. That is the dynamics of politics. What we have got to get to is our own humanity. It is a fundamental respect for people.
Correct.
Not women, not men, but for people. Because I am not supporting, as the learned lady said, a woman in politics just because that is the movement now to say we are supporting women in politics. If your humanity spells of wickedness and evil, I don't care if you're man, woman, transgender, I am not following you anywhere. I am not speaking for you anywhere. I am not supporting you on any forum. When the dust settles, my 4 children must be able to look to you as a female or a male and say, Daddy, outside of you, that is somebody I want to be like. That person represents a wholesome connection to people. Their ideas and their struggles, fundamentally seeking to advance them beyond politics. If you're in politics and only people support you, you're helping, then you're failed. No matter what you have done in the country, or if the country has moved 10,000 bounds and leaves, if the neighbor lives in a 2-bedroom house with 12 people, and the person behind you lives in a 12-bedroom house with only 2 people, as a politician, you're failed. What is your humanity? And it calls us to say we are looking to move everybody into a new direction. I met you poor, I left you middle class. The Leonard Senator picked you up at middle class, left you at high income. It is your humanity. And I've got to respond to our humanity. And there's so much more to say, but when people try to throw things at you, as somebody said earlier, consider what your response is. Think about it. Don't be quick to it. Don't be afraid to challenge. So I'm challenging Civil because I wasn't particularly pleased with the response. There must be a response to things like that. That is where you begin, by letting people know. It might be small to you as an organization, but there might be 5 women who say, listen, I was aggrieved by that. If you're not representing one, you're not representing anybody. So you have to represent accordingly. And I support women in politics. I support men in politics. But if you don't have that humanity, I'm sorry, I'm not following you. For those of you who don't know me, you'll be hearing more about me in the days to come. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We always love to hear from our male allies. And finally, Joy, yes.
Oh. May I?
Sure, while we're waiting for Joy, sure. She's sharing, she can help, she can wait.
Good afternoon, everyone. Fayon Jones.
Hello.
I just want to say here today that I am in full support of what Mr. Wuhan would have said. As a matter of fact, I think he spoke on behalf of all men here today.
Yes.
And women, and so I don't need to say much. But what I want to contribute here today is basically the notion that, we need to fix that problem, that it's not just, women or men. It's basically society that we need to fix. As a matter of fact, when you even look at culture and culture, I'm a carnival, when somebody goes into shows, you hear all the negatives and stuff like that. We need to normalize positivity within the culture of St. Kitts and Nevis. Too often, we always speak about the negative and what someone has done negatively in their life. As a matter of fact, when you're 15, 16, 20, 21, you make certain decisions then that you're not going to make at 31 or 32. So why should you be judged at that point, given something you have done in the past? It's a new day. So with that being said, let us make it normal to be positive in this culture going forward. And I am in full support of women and changing what the future is going to hold in the political arena in St. Kitts and Nevis. So with that being said, we're going to pass it over to my good schoolmate, Joy Napier.
All Right.
ahead,
Thank
Chair.
you, Fayon. I've been listening to the discussion, and well, I tried to get my earlier comment in, but then I think we had a very fruitful discussion. I think what we are discussing now, and the voice note that would have been played, and the discussion that transpired, that transcends the discussion of women's issues. It really deals with the culture of politics, the way that we do politics here in St. Kitts and Nevis. You know, my students would have listened to Parliament, and they would have heard members of Parliament speak about the sexuality of other members, about the weight of other members, about the physical appearance of other members. So this is not an issue that is just confined to one party. This is something that has been transgressed by NRP, by CCM, by PAM, by Labour, by PLP, by all of them. This is an issue with the way that we are doing politics. And like Fayon said earlier, as a society, we have accepted it. And we don't only accept it, we enjoy it. It has become our entertainment. When we engage on Facebook, we all conduct ourselves in ways that show that we accept this kind of dialogue. Right. I think that the language that we use and our daily conduct, and you know, Rohan would have said that he's calling on Sewell for a response to this. I think all of us need to be held accountable for what we entertain, what we accept, and the type of politics and dialogue that we allow. All right, that was my first. My second was really back to the silence. No, that was my first.
She wasn't finished yet.
Well, I think the point would stand on its own. I believe the point would stand on its own. The second was really on the silence of women, the issue that was spoken about earlier by JD. And, you know, I know we have, well, two former parliamentarians, one current parliamentarian on the video, and we have some here in the room. And, you know, we need to be realistic. Women have been silent in politics. I know that when Honorable Jacinth Henry Martin was in politics, members of her party would have made comments about women. And, you know, I know that there is a very fine line that has to be walked. Up until very recently, to even gain access to the platform was a struggle. So, you know, that is the question that I had earlier, and it hasn't been responded to as yet. But how do you know how to walk the fine line? How do you know when to bite your tongue? How can you live with your conscience when you hear members of your party say things? And, you know, it's a balancing act. And I don't know if some of the parliamentarians can respond to that, but that is something that we really need to consider.
Yes? I'm going to...
Good afternoon to everyone. And
Good afternoon.
I am quite pleased.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is going to be the very last question, or comment, and then we're going to move on to the next thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Janice.
So I'm quite pleased to be here, and I must say I apologize for being late. And the reason for my lateness is because of my commitment to the people in my constituency. I had an appointment with them from some time back. And when persons would say to you, I'm only going to be there because of you, and I'm only going to be there if you are there, then it was very difficult for me to tell them there is something else that I have to do. And that speaks to what Mr. Ives would have mentioned in terms of humanity and how you treat people and understanding that everyone is important. Everyone is able to contribute in different ways. And once we're in a position where we can understand it is not a level playing field for women in politics. It is not. I can speak to occasions when I would be out socializing, and if I happen to be sitting close to a gentleman for any period of time, people would want to know, oh, he should talk to know. Men out there socializing, they don't have to deal with those sorts of stigmas. They don't have to look over their shoulders to wonder who's going to be saying what about them. And as we speak about the need for education and the need for us to understand that leadership is not about masculinity. Leadership is about having the ability to share in the concerns of those around you and being able to move everyone in a positive direction going forward. And when we speak about education and education in the schools and educating society and looking at our culture, one of the things I would want to add is that we must also ensure that we have self-knowledge, that we understand ourselves. And once we're able to understand that each person may see things through different lenses, we don't all see things the same way. But if we understand that, hey, I see something in one position and someone else may see it differently, then it helps me to understand and listen and want to find out why they see it different than how I see it. And so it's very important for us to understand, while we're educating everybody else, we must take time to educate and enhance our self-awareness going forward. Thank you.
And that will end our discussion. We're going to move right into a video presentation on the political journey of CWIL-SKN and Minister Hazel Brandy Williams, CWIL alumni, which then, oh, there's somebody on the video. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, PS. Apology. Who is it? Minister Pierre? Are you there on the video link?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a response?
Well, I wanted to just comment on two things. One, and probably before the issue came up, there was a comment on women representation, and I didn't want to miss the opportunity to say this. I'm not sure if I misunderstood, but I got the impression that the number of women did not really matter, that whether it's a man or a woman is who is best for the job. I think that's what I gathered. I just wanted to share that I have a slightly different view on that, because numbers do matter when it comes to women representation. In our elected House of Parliament here, if you add one more woman, we would be just over 50%. And I feel extremely proud about balance of women. I'm not advocating every member of parliament needs to be a woman, but I think women need to be well represented in all aspects of life, particularly in the decision-making aspects of life. Who's gonna talk about what the needs of women are? You want a man to debate that? You want a man to represent that? You want a man to advocate that? And so if you ask me, every party in the region need to carefully assess, carefully reflect, and to look at the representation of women in political organizations. And I'm not speaking about those who are going to be cleaning and mobilizing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about at all levels of the organization. So when you are filling your slates for candidates, you can't turn a blind eye to women, right? They're good enough to mobilize, they're good enough to campaign, they're good enough to fill the buses, they're good enough to do everything else except to be on the ballot paper. Something is wrong with that, right? And I don't buy the argument that we don't have sufficiently women who are capable. I say no more about that. We have sufficient, and we have probably far more than we need. We need to ensure that we engage them at all levels. Women have a very valuable contribution to make. And as women, we ought to insist that our women are given that opportunity, because I can guarantee you that women have a role to play in governance, in every aspect of politics that men cannot play for us. Unfortunately, we don't have time to debate this. But on the subject of the statement that was made, I can just imagine that this statement would offend different people, and I would imagine on both sides of the fence. I would also imagine that there are different women. There are women who it would offend that they would say it's okay because of who said it. And there are women who, regardless of who says it, if it offends, they would express it. And I believe as women, our responsibility is not to look at who says, but whenever it is said, that we express how we feel as women about it. I listened to the conversation, and what was going through my mind was, when will it end? At what point will it stop? And if I'm to follow the conversation, I'm to conclude it will never end because everybody is going to now say, everybody does it. They did it, we did. So, it's okay. And that is dangerous. It's a dangerous road. And at some point, there must be that point where we say that's the end of it. Let us rise, let us go higher, right? And I think that could just be a golden opportunity. But if you ask me where it starts, I would think that the best placed group of persons to speak to the premier on an issue like that, maybe a group of women from the organization that probably feels closest in that regard. In other words, if this is a case of Grenada, I don't see why myself as a member of the women's arm, for example, I'm just using context here, will not, and let us say it was our prime minister, for example, making a statement like that, going to say, Prime Minister, for example, in this case, can we have a brief chat with you? There was a statement that you made yesterday, and I understand maybe what you were trying to say, the context you were trying to make it in, but I feel uncomfortable, or we feel uncomfortable, X, Y, Z. That's okay. And you see, we have to get to that point where someone spoke about fear. It is not how the person responds to what you say, it's not how they take what you say, it's not if they believe what you say, but it's important that they know how you feel and how what they say impacts them, right? And I would say personally, and I'm saying this at this level here, sometimes we have to be more honest and open with persons. And I'm not speaking about for the purpose of scoring political points. I'm not at all advocating that that should be the reason. If we approach it from that perspective, then we are compounding the problem that we are speaking about. I'm talking about a civil discussion that addresses a concern that many other people might be guilty of, but some kind of conversation that says, look, let us stop, let us go higher. And that would be my contribution. I'm quite sure that we do have members of the current government who might be in the session now, Sister Hazel being one of them. And I would just imagine that this may be a bit uncomfortable for persons in leadership at this time. But my advice is that as women, let us be bold. Let us be brave enough to at least raise the issues, whichever side of the fence they happen to fall.
Naima. Naima?
Ambassador Martin, you wanted to make a comment?
Very briefly, because I support 110% the statement that was just made by our sister minister from Grenada. I was not going to say something about it, but I'm going to break the silence too. I mean, that was something that was spoken about in today's session. At some point, we have to accept a level of affirmative action. When you apply for a job, very often, people say you can't get the job, you're very qualified, but you have no experience. Where are you going to get the experience from? The men have been dominating politics in the region for years. We had no issue with it. Nobody ever said, I don't care, it must be the quality of the man. They were just men. And now that we have an opportunity to level the playing field, we've become very scientific. You know, everything has to be a balance and the woman has to be. I agree that no one, male or female, should be ushered into parliament unless this person, male or female, is capable and is going to do a good job. But we've gotten the men who haven't been as capable as we are into positions forever. Even if it is by affirmative action, until we have leveled the playing field, you need balance in government. So as our sister minister has said, that the issues are accorded the level of discourse and debate that will be fair across the board. I'm sorry, I don't know that there's a man out there who can speak about women's health and the kinds of things we need considered as another woman would be able to. And it doesn't mean that she is necessarily the Minister of Health, but there are cabinet meetings in which you get to voice an opinion. You get to say categorically whether or not as a woman, this reflects what women want. And that's an opportunity too to say, well, then there was a discourse and, you know, we found that something that was said recently in Parliament didn't quite go down very well. And if we want to really be broad-based in our appeal, we're going to have to alter our language. And so may the best candidate get in. But if that best candidate is not a woman, we will get in however we can. And a good way to ensure that is by affirmative action, because the best candidate does not always get in. And the best candidate has not always been a man, but men have been getting in all the time. So I say affirmative action until we can level the playing field. I have no issue with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Henry Martin and Honorable Emmeline Peer. 10 years ago, the Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership was instrumental in training a cadre of potential leaders in a program for transformational leadership. This training exercise was particularly geared towards women aspiring to become part of the political and leadership landscape of the region. 10 years ago, many countries around our region had little or no women at the highest level of decision-making. The Honorable Hazel Brandy Williams came to the forefront when there was only one other female minister of government in our federation. Her contribution to the federation in the area of development is diverse and well recorded. Minister Brandy Williams raised the bar for women of all ages and garnered critical male support in advancing women to political leadership. Indeed, she has been the champion of several local and regional fora that she has persistently pushed and promoted with a view to exposing more women and girls to political leadership, and with the hope that they too can scale the heights of political opportunity and success. Take a look at this video.
I, Hazel M. Brandy Williams, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Hazel has been one of our success stories. Minister Hazel Brandy Williams. How nice does that sound?
I was a bit different growing up. I challenged my mother. I challenged her in all respect of parenthood. That's where the voice came from. But what I could say is that she encouraged me to let my voice be heard, even though I challenged her. When she gave a directive no one should leave the yard. The other sisters didn't. I went. And when I came back, I would say, well, you didn't say why. I wasn't supposed to leave the yard. And so I challenged her. And I think it was from then that I got that voice.
I, Hazel Monicia Brandy Williams, do swear that I will faithfully bear true allegiance, so help me God. That I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as Junior Minister in the Ministry of Gender, Social Affairs, Social Development, Youth, Sports, and Community Development of the Nevis Island Administration, so help me God.
While I worked in finance, at the Ministry of Finance, as the budget analyst, first of all, I realized annually when we prepared the budget, it is always the idea that we should have a balanced budget. And if the budget is out of whack, I realized that what they would do to get it balanced is to first cut all the programs that were geared towards women. And so I started advocating to the PS of finance. We could find other ways where we can cut, but I don't think we ought to cut programs geared towards women. And when I realized I was challenged, I said, okay, for me to be the greatest advocate for women, I must reach that table where the decisions are being made.
In my humble opinion, she has done an excellent job. She has served in a ministry which sought to provide service to the people. First, in 2013, she worked as the Junior Minister in the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Community Affairs. And now she works as the Junior Minister in the Ministry of Health, and has, in my opinion, done a very good job in both of those areas in which she has been involved.
I always look for a champion who probably see things my way or would agree with me on certain points, and I would say to them, listen, I want to run this suggestion, at the higher level. Will you support me, if I'm to bring a particular submission to cabinet, or to a level where I need your vote or I need your assistance. I am focus driven, I am service oriented, and I know what my goals are. I know what I'm pushing for. And so I don't really hear the criticisms. If they are there, I don't really hear them.
You have been really, really a beacon in the civil program. You have succeeded in elevating what mentorship, what leadership is all about. For you, as a minister, you have advanced the gender agenda, and we are proud of you.
As a regional convener of legislators, we value your partnership and your dedication and enthusiasm for your constituents and the wider Caribbean community. We congratulate you on your work in St. Kitts and Nevis to advance gender-responsive decision-making. From your efforts on the National Gender Equality Policy to the strengthening of the Nevis Gender Department.
And Hazel, I want to say that I have nothing but the greatest admiration for you, the greatest respect, the greatest love, and I cherish our friendship. I cherish the fact that we've worked collaboratively on so many projects, both in Nevis, here in Antigua and Barbuda, and certainly across the region.
I'm here to celebrate a great woman of youth, an amazing Amazon, an iconic leader that we celebrate so much here in Africa. I'm talking of Honorable Minister Hazel Brandy Williams, the Honorable Minister of Health and Gender Affairs, Nevis Island.
Congratulations, Minister Brandy Williams, on your 10th anniversary. It has been a pleasure supporting the Nevis administration as it works towards achieving gender equality.
I first met Hazel at a conference in Barbados, and I was drawn to her passion. I was drawn to her commitment to ensuring the health and safety of women and men, the population generally. her commitment to equality before the law for all genders, her commitment to ensuring the health and safety for all representatives of St. Kitts and Nevis is something that I treasure. She has been a dear friend, a dear colleague, and it has been a pleasure working with her, being at conferences across the world, whether in Asia, whether in Europe, whether in America, whether here in the Caribbean. She continues to represent you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Hazel, St. Kitts and Nevis, I know they're proud of you, but the region is equally proud, particularly the women parliamentarians. You and I participated in several regional and international conferences, and on every occasion you made a mark, pushing for equal rights, equal access for women, and more so your push for more women to become involved in active politics.
Was the single girl among a number of nephews, about 6 or 8 nephews. And so I was the only girl between there. So I pitched marbles, I climbed trees, I ride a donkey. I did everything that they did. I was destined to show them that I can do it better.
Minister Brandy Williams is a remarkable person. She is committed, courageous, passionate in fighting for the issues she believes in, tenacious. She never gives up until she achieves what she wants. I know this because she has been the most incredible friend and ally to UNFPA in achieving the goals of sexual and reproductive health in the Caribbean, and in particular dealing with the huge issue of adolescent pregnancy.
And we note your commitment to advancing women's leadership through your long association with and support for Caribbean Women in Leadership, CWIL, both at the regional and national level.
To be 10 years in politics, active politics, and even 8 years as a parliamentarian, you deserve all the celebration, you deserve all the honor. And I'm standing here on behalf of all the women of Aulo globally to celebrate you, to appreciate you, and to pray that it's just the beginning. God has so much in store for you.
We look forward to more exciting things as you forge the way forward to have a more equitable society.
So Hazel, from me and all your brothers and sisters in Jamaica, big up yourself, enough love, continue to strive for excellence.
Thank you, Hazel, for the work that you do. Thank you for carrying the CWIL mantle, and thank you for being the woman you are in the career that you have chosen in the political space in St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you, Hazel.
All protocols established, I deem it a humbling privilege to be given the task to present this plaque to you. My involvement with CWIL started in, I'm not sure, I think it's 2008 or 2009, when I was the representative for CWIL here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And during my tenure, I had the privilege to, I don't want to say choose, I want to say sign off on several women to attend training sessions first in Antigua, then Jamaica and St. Lucia. And, well, obviously my memory is not that great because I had to ask, when I was asked to do this presentation, I had to send around some notes to ask, what year did you go? And where exactly did you go? So, and I find it, today in this room we have several of the young ladies who went along to St. Lucia, right? In Denise Aline and Telka Wallace, Torella Byron. Who's the fourth one? Oh. And I actually I did a WhatsApp, which remarkably, well, Danielle Weeks also went along, texted her to find out that she had her baby yesterday, so she's at JNF. And the other person was a Christopher. I can't remember who was the Christopher. Oh, Jacqueline Christopher. Okay, fine. She said Miss Christopher. See, I was trying to do some homework just now. And of course, our very own Minister Hazel Brandy Williams. Minister Brandy Williams took what Cyril wanted us to achieve in life, because it was a training session, great concentrated development session for us to come back out and become leaders in politics. I named about 5 others, right? And there were 2 other cohorts. But in St. Kitts and Nevis, the one person who have really taken this training seriously and developed it is our own Minister Brandy. So I would like to present, on behalf of CIWEL, St. Kitts Nevis National Chapter, the Transformational Leadership Award to Honorable Hazel Brandy Williams, the 2011 CIWEL alumni, Minister of Health and Gender Affairs in the Nevis Island Administration, for your sterling contribution to gender equality and empowerment of women. And it's dated March 2021.
Is a very humbling experience. And, all protocols observed. And I just want to say thank you to CIWEL International and CIWEL, the local St. Kitts Nevis chapter, for this very prestigious award. It is an award that I will hold very close to my heart, because I think that, Miss Christine would have said, I think that based on the training that we would have received, I would have probably taken it to the next level. I want to receive this not only on my own behalf, but on behalf of all the ladies, or all the women who would have received the training from CIWEL, and to all the women who aspire to get to the next level. I want to say that my journey in politics has not been an easy one, but I believe and I feel that I would have taken the brunt of this challenge so that I can pave a smoother path for all those women who will come behind me. And I do so not having any regrets, because I am committed to service, and to service to the great people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and in particular to women. I saw that they would have done an extensive video on me and my accomplishments. And I say, I don't want anybody to take this as self-aggrandizement on my part, but I want for the women who aspire to be in the next parliament to use me, to use my accomplishments, and to use my legacy as a stepping stone. I did not get to this place because I would have been all pompous. I have not gotten to this place because I would have shown that I'm taking any particular sides. I am a woman for all women. And I want us to remember one thing, that we were first women before we became affiliated to any political party. And we must remember that. And so I want to say to the women who are aspiring that, and I don't even have to reiterate it, you would have heard it all today from all the respective speakers, what we ought to do and how we should do it. But I want to say that we must be true to form. I want to reiterate that. I want to say that we must stand for some particular values. And when I talk about morals and values, the voice of my mother resonates, because she said to us as girls, you have to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. And I think that has been my mantra throughout. If there is a policy that covers women across the board, all women must benefit. If there is a policy that speaks to citizens across the board, all citizens must benefit. And so, whether we sit in parliament now or later, we must always understand that we are in service for the people and everybody must benefit. What can I say? Thank you to Cyril. Thank you to the strong women who would have supported me in my tenure. From this cohort, I would have built lasting relationships. Telka, Terela, Denise, Danielle. These are persons I can call at any hour of the night and get a response. Sometimes I wonder what Denise and Terrell and Telka doing up at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. But if I have something, I knock it off on them and they will respond almost immediately. Women, these are the kind of alliances that we need to form with each other if we are to get to the next level. We can't do it alone. It would take a collaborative effort on all our parts. I want to draw your attention to something somebody sent me just this week. I think it was in the Guyana Parliament, where there was a woman who was making her contribution on the floor, and she was rudely interrupted by a gentleman. And she said to the gentleman, "Don't shout at me, you with your 1CXC. Don't shout at me." And from different perspectives, people could see it differently. But for me, I see it that the woman was being interrupted. The gentleman was trying to intimidate her, and she used whatever ammunition was available to her to dress him down. I am certain that not again will him or any other gentleman in Parliament interrupt her. I am saying all that to say we have different ammunitions or options available to us. We ought to know when to use them. We ought to know how to use them effectively and efficiently for our good. I am happy to see some men here with us today, and I do accept the contributions that they would have made. I am saying we have opened the dialogue, and we want and we are seeking for men to come on board to help us in our quest to gender equality, gender parity. With these remarks, I say in closing, thank you very much, Cyril. Thank you very much to my sisters, and we are in this together. If we are to move this forward, we must do so collectively. Thank you once again.
One of the key reasons why Civil was established was to strengthen and increase women's political participation and their positioning in leadership. And you would agree that this is achieved through forums such as the one we have hosted today. And hosting this forum could not have been possible without the support of persons and institutions locally and regionally, especially our presenters, most of which were located outside of this room. So, it is my task on behalf of Civil St. Kitts and Nevis chapter to acknowledge them and publicly say a very big thank you. To the Nevis Island Administration and specifically the Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs, as well as the Honorable Spencer Brand, who, on behalf of Premier Brantley, came and graced us with his presence. And for his opening remarks, we say thanks. We also wish to acknowledge the contribution of the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Timothy Harris, who gave his apologies for being unable to be here today, but he did support our forum. To Ambassador Thelma Philip Brown for her financial support, as well as Lady Cynthia Morton. Civil Regional must be highly commended for making this forum possible through their generous financial contribution. But I must say a very, very, very big thank you to our 7 presenters. Tony Brother, Lady Anand Trotman-Joseph, Dr. Gopal McNichols, Mr. Rawlinson Isaac, Lysaine Thirsk, Ambassador Jacinth Henry Martin, and the Honorable Emmeline Pear, who gave each of us food for thought, tips, guidelines, and ideas that we can each take away and apply in our quest for political empowerment or as we aspire to be leaders. But let's not forget Pastor Tricia Daniel, who invoked God's blessings on our proceedings, or Mr. Leandro Dyer, who rendered that beautiful poem. And we also thank our chair, Telka Wallace, who gave those welcome remarks. It went without a hitch, and that was because we had a very proficient and professional technical team from Cornerstone. I got all their nicknames: Kel, Zaren, Kibo, Pinny. Thank you, and kudos on the quality of the service you rendered today. Before I leave, I want to say congratulations to all of us, the alumni of Civil, who this year is celebrating 10 years, and I pause to say stand and take a bow. All of us who participated in the civil training 10 years ago. I was in cohort 3, which is Jamaica. And then we have cohort 1, that was Antigua, and cohort 2, that was St. Lucia. And St. Kitts and Nevis, from our small federation, I think we were 20 strong trained women across the region. And we participated in this training along with women from all over the Caribbean region. It was the United Nations goal to ensure that each country that signed on to the, what you call it, Hazel? The CEDAW Convention, to have 1/3 of their parliament being women, decided that we're not only going to tell you to do it, we're going to train the women for it. So they trained women in all the Caribbean islands, all, from Belize, Bahamas, all over the world, Jamaica. And so this year we are all celebrating 10 years as alumni. And we specifically to Honorable Brandy Williams, who have strived and grown and evolved into a politician to be admired and to be emulated. Now, before I leave, I want to invite persons to consider joining Civil and be part of the mandate to create a sustainable, effective, and efficient women's leadership base and to achieve gender equality through our advocacy, our networking, research, and capacity building. I also want to thank my other executive members of Civil St. Kitts. There's Telka, our chair. There's Naima, vice chair. There's Natasha Gray, the treasurer. I'm Willis Percival Goddard, the secretary, and Wanda Nisbet Brown is the PRO. And I want to say thank all of you. We work hard to put this on, and I think we can take a bow and consider this forum a very successful event as we celebrated the month of women. I want to thank each of you. We were 51 persons in here today, including our technical team. And I want to thank each of you, especially those who came over from St. Kitts and participated in this forum. And I'm certain that you will leave here knowing that your time invested was well worth it. And don't forget, complete the registration form. It's in your package. And just leave it with me at the back, and we will contact you going forward. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And we hope that you have a beautiful continued weekend, and happy Easter. God bless you.
And that draws the conclusion to today's forum, The Political Empowerment of Women in St. Kitts and Nevis, brought to you by the Ministry of, you love that, eh? Brought to you by the Ministry of Gender and Health and CWIL. We thank everybody for coming. Of course, there's lunch at the back of the room. You're welcome to stay and enjoy your lunch here or to take it with you if you choose. We ask that everybody, as you're leaving, I ask that you introduce yourself to somebody that you have not met in this room before you go. Introduce yourself, tell them who you are, even exchange contact information if you like. But we want everybody to leave this room knowing one person that they didn't know before they came. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you all at our next CWIL meeting. Thank you for joining us, and thank you again to the Honorable Minister Hazel Brandley. Thank you. Hazel Brandley Williams. Thank you. If the CWIL members could just come forward just to take a picture, even those planning, we could take you too. Just come forward to take a picture with Minister Brandy Williams that we can keep for our monitoring and evaluation. Thank you. Just a quick reminder, at the back of the room, you can grab an International Women's Day mask. They're reversible, purple on one side, white on the other, and only $20, helping a family, a woman that has unfortunately fallen on hard times with her children. Please support each other with your $20 or more donation and purchase a mask. Thank you.